Hello, Kako. Mahalo for joining us today. We'll start with the Kule by Commissioner Kaniakua.
Kule Kako. Lord, we thank you for being here today. We thank you for the season. We wait upon you. Please bless us. Bless the people that are coming. Bless the people that we represent. Watch over these proceedings. Let your hand be in all things. Be with our families, our friends, and our communities. Heal them, comfort them, and give us grace. These things we ask in your name and give you thanks. Amen.
Thank you. The meeting of the Hawaiian Homes Commission is called to order. The meeting is being held live and in person at Haleponui 91-5420 Kapolei Parkway, Kapolei, 96707. I'm Kali Watts, Chairman of the Hawaiian Homes Commission, and today's date is Monday, December 16, 2024. The time is 10 o'clock. Here we please call the roll.
Commissioner Freitas.
Here.
Online. Commissioner Kalekini is also online. He will be joining us.
Hi.
Oh, there he is. Commissioner Kalepa. Commissioner Kaniakua.
Aye.
Commissioner Lesu. Commissioner Marfil. Commissioner Namu'o. Commissioner Nevis.
Aye.
Chair Watson.
Here.
9 members present.
Agenda item F2 is in January. The commission will.
Chair Watson, Ali.
Commissioner.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
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 Can you hear me, Chair?
Yeah.
Sorry for. Okay, can I say a few words, please?
Sure.
Yeah. I just wanted to. Well, first of all, I apologize. I'll be on video in a few. In a short while here, but I wanted to first just say, offer words of congratulations to the Keaukaha Homestead. Today is their 100th year anniversary of establishment from December 16th, 1924. And just want to share that words for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kaliki. I'd have to echo that, Keaukaha is a special place. All the times that I've gone there, the hospitality and is very, very sincere and genuine. They've done some amazing things in the community. There's been challenges, obviously, but overall, it's a very impressive and a real model for the rest of the homesteading community. And I also congratulate them on their existence and perseverance. Thank you. Any other comments? Let me think about that. Okay. Okay, the commission will recess at noon for lunch. Tonight's community meeting is at the Commitment Schools Community Learning Center, 87-790 Hula Uku Street, Maili, Westawal 96792. Yeah, is there a motion to accept the agenda? So. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carried. Okay. Are there any edits or amendments to the November 18th and 19th, 2024 meeting minutes? On page 20, the minutes refers in the second paragraph. It refers to the new homestead rather than home. Any other change? Not their motion to approve the minutes with that slight amendment. Second. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, motion carried. Okay, let's see, public testimony on agendized items. Peter Suarez Jr.
Speak with people. A couple of things I wanted to bring up really quick. The first thing I wanted to bring up is, I work for a company called Dry One Fire Retardant Sprays. They're based out of Arizona, but I'm Hawaiian here. And this product, is used on homes and businesses to, help prevent, fires from spreading. So the product itself actually, and I wish I could do it live for you folks, little demonstration, but I can't. But this product goes on buildings and it sets itself at about an eighth of an inch into the material of the building. And that will save a lot of people's homes and businesses, and will help the fire department and first responders to get to their place of residence or business to actually help save their building itself. Now, the company has been in service since 1958. They've done businesses for like the U.S. government.
And nuclear power plants for NASA, for Disney, lots of homes and businesses and schools up in the mainland. And he wanted to get into Hawaii, so that's why I took the job on that, being the Hawaii representative. I'm just trying to spread the word about that, and I talked to Commissioner Mark a little bit about it, and we just want to help spread the word to see if any of the homesteaders would be wanting to have us come and spray their homes and businesses. I also wanted to talk to you folks about another type of service that I do, which is a Lease to Own program. I live in the Hawaiian homesteads up in Waianae Valley, and as I was driving through there, I've noticed a lot of homes that are vacant or just, they had squatters in. So, I was explaining to Commissioner Markle about maybe how we could take my program and I could show you folks how to do like a lease to own. So some of these people that go to like banks, let's say, that try to get loans for homes and stuff like that, and cannot afford the down payment or cannot afford the monthly payments or whatever it is, or cannot qualify because of the job situation. My service, unlike the banks and brokers, they ask for 10 or 20% down. We ask for 5%. And I made a program where we could spread it out between 7 and 20 years and make the payments affordable for these people so that they can afford to stay in their homes. In the long run, if we were to work something out here at the Hawaiian homelands, you folks would actually be, of course, the landlords of the property. And so we would work out something to where these people would actually be making the payments directly to you folks, but it would be affordable enough so that they can stay in their property. So I do have a couple of other things I want to talk about, but that's for a later date. But I just wanted to say thank you again for inviting me over to speak with you folks. And I have a couple of cards if anybody wants to take them, and maybe we could talk about it.
Yeah, if you want to call me up to the front, give them a couple of cards. We have a couple of people we've assigned to work on the scattered lots as well as the financing and the approaches you're talking about. We always are open to approaches that make sense, again, help our beneficiary.
Yes.
We'd definitely be willing to talk with you and check it out.
Thank you.
Just calling right now.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, the next testifier, Kenna.
Aloha, Chairman Watson and Commissioners. Mahalo for the opportunity to testify here today. As you know, I've been working with the residents at Waipoli Courtyards and have some concerns about this department's current plans to purchase the building. So I'm here to testify on item D1, which is the monthly report of how many leasees are waiting for housing or a lease. And according to this report, 1,696 people on Kauai are waiting for a residential lease. And then according to the 2020 beneficiary study from SMS Research, of those 1,696, 0.5% want a rental or condominium apartment. So if you take the number of people waiting for a lease by how many want a condominium apartment, that is 9. And then furthermore, that research report shows that 86% want a 3-bedroom apartment or more. Waipoli Courtyards is majority 1 and 2 bedroom apartments. In fact, 75% of the units are 1 and 2 bedrooms. So when you look at what the 2020 beneficiary study, which this commission asked for, says, it leads to the conclusion that less than 3 people on the Kauai waiting list want to move into Waipoli Courtyards, which aligns with what we've seen at these hearings where it is doubtful that there are 82 families on Kauai that want to move into Waipoli Courtyards. Meanwhile, $25 million in the HASDA money is being proposed for this purchase. And the question I have for the commission is it wise to spend $25 million in the HASDA money for a building which potentially less than 3 people on the Kauai waiting list would want to move into? Furthermore, because this is using federal dollars, HASDA dollars, and I believe the current proposal is a 223 HUD-backed loan, this purchase must meet Uniform Relocation Act requirements, which means all of the residents occupying all 82 units need to be presented with a comparable apartment on the island of Kauai to meet federal requirements. I'm not sure it is a risk that this department wants to take to move forward with a proposal which might not meet federal requirements of the Uniform Relocation Act. These residents deserve a written relocation plan. To date, there is no written relocation plan of where they will move to on the island of Hawaii. Furthermore, I think it would be wise to have a list of interested beneficiaries for this building. So I would just request that the commission provide a relocation plan and provide a confirmed list of interest. Mahalo for taking the time.
Thank you. Let's see, the next witness, Skippy Young.
Yeah, we have Zoom. Skippy.
Hello, Chairman. I'm trying to help Dad on. Let me call him.
Okay, when he's ready, we'll try to catch him again. Consent agenda.
Thank you.
Juan Garcia.
Good morning, Chair Watson, members of the commission, and those attending here in person and online. For the record, my name is Juan Garcia. Homestead Services Division Administrator, and this morning, HSD has 9 consent agenda items for this body's consideration. I do want to make a correction on item D4, page 4, under Maui Island-wide residential lease list. The last name Kamai Mauloa. I have been informed by staff this morning that this is an error, that it should not have been included in this list. The reason being is Kamai is already a residential lessee, co-lessee under lease number 5933 located in Papukalu, Maui. So if we can delete that from agenda item D4. Page 4 of item D4. That's it.
Any questions? Sure. Commissioner Nevis?
Yes, so Juan, under D4, I want to commend the staff for confirming those, as you look through this list, you know, as you mentioned in October, we had a regular meeting and we revised the process by which we confirm people, and I'm sure there's a lot of smiles on folks that we've actually finally confirmed from on D4, the first page, 1958 application, 1969 application. On page 3, 1962 application. On page 4, 1952 application. 1969, 1965. And I know we still have quite a few more people, but I commend the department. It's a lot of work to get that process done, and I'm sure there's a lot of people smiling right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate the effort, the comment, and yes, the applications branch is working diligently to clean up the applications list. In fact, staff is considering coming back to the commission in that continued effort to clean up the list. As you recall, the department, HSD applications branch, started to come before you to further clean up the list by removing those applicants that were on the list but did not have the necessary documentation or blood quantum to establish 50%. So we came before you and removed some of those individuals. In this effort to clean up the list, we're going to have additional cases where we find that the applicants do not have the necessary blood quantum. So to further clean up the list, we're considering coming before you once again and request that those that do not have the necessary 50% blood quantum, that they be removed from the list. I know that's a touchy situation, but I think it's again, that continued effort to have a list that is accurate and correct.
Yes, Juan, thank you. That is an accepted responsibility of this commission to look at those. Once you fully vet, then we will have to make that unfortunate decision to decline if we feel that it's appropriate. Thank you.
They do have the right to test it though, right?
That is correct, Chair.
Any other comments or questions? Let's see, we do have some public testimony. Sharita Mahoy.
If I may, Charlita was here earlier. Oh, she's here? Okay. We're good? You can come up and testify. Hopefully that was clear.
Aloha, good morning, Chairman Watson and Commissioners. My name is Charlita Mahoy. I'm here in regards to the successorship transfer from my dad, Charles Naone, to my brother, Charles Naone Jr. The property is located in Nanakuli, on the corner of Haleakala and Farrington Highway. My dad passed in 2023. My mom just passed September 2024. I have attempted to share my story with a number of people within the department and the urgency that the successorship be transferred. My mom and dad built our home in 1971. In their passing, there is one person residing on the property. We have heard, but because we have no access, we're not able to see with our own eyes that there has and there may be further damage to the property by one sibling. I'm the oldest of 9. Again, the property is being transferred to my brother, Charles Lincoln Naone Jr., who is here today. But because we have no access from September to today, I plead with the department to help us secure the property so that we know that the house has not been damaged. For those of you who may have been in this type of situation, we're told that the sibling that is there will pour cement down the drains. Now, can you imagine what that does to my parents' home? I have tried to send emails to various people sharing the story. Not an easy story to tell. And I have had response. One replied to me, but I have not enough to say the department will go in, do a wellness check, do an occupancy check, do something to secure my parents' home until we have the successorship transfer completed. September till today, there's so many things that could have been done to damage that home. What am I to do? We have no right. HPD won't allow us there because we don't have ownership. My brother is not the successor yet. Now who's responsible for that? I plead with you, commissioners, to help me get the department to go in and do whatever it can do through your enforcement branch to secure the property so that we know no further damage will be done. It's a hard story to tell, I'm sorry. Not something you want to share, but to get the help, I need you to know this is urgent. This is not simply about removing someone from the property. It is so much more than that. But because my brother, Charles Jr., has no right, you are the only ones that can send your team there to make sure that my parents' home is still good and not damaged. Thank you.
Sharita,
Yes.
who's in there now?
The sibling right below me. When my mom passed on September 26th, because she was there, she changed all the locks on the gates, on the doors of the house. She put Vaseline on the fence, so if anyone tried to climb in, they would fall and get hurt. We were able to access the house once. The doors, the locks were all changed. She knows. Before my mom passed away, she had nowhere to stay. So my mom kept her there. but she knows, she's well aware, all the siblings know, the house would be transferred to my brother, and that she would at some point need to leave. He hasn't had a chance to talk to her. When he tries to go to the house, she calls HPD, he has nothing. He has nothing that says that he's the owner, successor. So he's had to leave. And we've tried to stay as calm as possible, but when you hear what is being done, the most recent we've heard, not something I want to share with you, but this is something we just heard from a neighbor, that there may be activity going on. Because the neighbors see it, they're there, they live there. They see people come and go. I need your help before things get worse.
With respect to the Charles Maloney Jr., he's the designated successor.
Yes, again, just to provide additional information, as Charlita shared, her father passed away in 2023. Her mother was the designated successor, or the primary designated successor, and she passed in September of 2024. So unfortunately, the department did not receive the death certificates for both her father, the lessee, and the mother in September of 2024.
Okay, but we have it now.
So we have it now. So we're coming before you under D7 in association with this successorship of lease. The department is asking the commission to approve the amendment, which is basically to incorporate into the lease the current conditions, terms and conditions, as well as extending the lease for another 100 years. So with your approval on D7, we will proceed with drafting the successorship lease document. So we can, again, confirm or affirm that her brother is in fact the lessee of record. In the meantime, we are also working on that limited right of entry to try and get that, this issue resolved with that documentation.
So that particular document, we can crank that up.
Yes.
Quick.
Yes.
So with that document, then your brother would have the basis to go in and assert the claim. Not a claim, but ownership of the that particular homestead. Then on our side, typically we need a writ of possession of some kind of legal document, to go in and actually evict somebody. Now, if your brother, once we take action today, is willing to work with our enforcement and actually give them authority to go in, not that we're going to necessarily evict them, but check out the situation and inform the person there they don't belong there, and also give them notice that they don't belong there. Now your brother is free, once with this limited right of entry, to take some kind of civil action to get a writ of possession, and if necessary, work with the sheriffs to actually get her out of there. Now it's a process that may take a while, but in the interim, I think the department can probably help you by expediting the limited right of entry. Then I'll have enforcement go there and check out the situation. Then if necessary, if she leaves voluntarily, then we can get you. Is your brother ready and willing to move in?
Yes, he is here today.
Come up here today. Yeah, why don't you come up? Yeah, I guess I gotta find out where you're coming from. You willing to go in and take over and if necessary take the appropriate actions to get possession?
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll give you a limited right of entry right away, because other ones are gonna take a while, because I need the AGs to sign off and all that other stuff, including yourself. But yeah, we can kind of move this part along, but you gotta be willing to kind of work with us.
Yes, thank you.
And then if necessary, take the appropriate civil action. Okay, so, once we take the action, I'll try and expedite the sign and the entry for you.
I have a question.
Yes.
Commissioner Kalepa?
Yeah, I know you said there's, maybe some activity going on over there. Is
So-
it, criminal activity?
There is a neighbor who has shared that information with us, that there's been, late night activity, and they see it. We haven't seen it. I live up the road, he lives a few houses down, so we haven't seen it with our own eyes, but hearing it from a neighbor that lives across the street, very credible, there's no reason for them, to be making up a story.
Yeah. So I have a question. Will that help, get our enforcement there sooner to investigate on what kind of activity is taking place?
Yes.
Yeah,
I would appreciate that.
actually, I'm glad you brought that up, even more so, we'd be very active in moving forward. We have zero tolerance for drug activity like that. So we'll actually jump on it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, any other questions? If not, Chair will entertain a motion to approve. With the, I guess the minor amendment to combine that. Okay, is there a second? Second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against, motion carried.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you, Juan.
Thank you.
Skippy, you're on. There it is. Okay, Skippy, you're on. Yeah, you. No, still can't hear you guys.
Maybe we'll come back.
Yeah, we'll come back to you. So can't hear you guys. You gotta work on your microphone. Sam, on the floor.
Sam. Yeah, he's on. Hello? Okay, go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Ben Waldler, and I'm a resident here at the courtyard of Waikoli in Hawaii. And there's a couple of things I'd just like to bring up about there's first off the relocation plan that is supposed to be in place and supposed to be incorporated with the relocation of the residents there at Waikoli. We have not seen any type of relocation plan that helps alleviate the stresses that this purchase has been called on us. It is it's very disheartening for so many of the residents there to not know if next month is going to be their last month, or if they, need to go find something else themselves. As you know, the availability here for housing is very low, and it's very difficult to find housing over here. We request that we are given written plans, what you have planned for us, and where we are supposed to go. If you could just take a moment and realize, kind of put yourself in our shoes and realize, imagine that somebody told you that your house has been bought and you need to leave, but they're not telling you when. That's exactly where all of us are, and it's very stressful for us because we're still trying to live our day-to-day lives, going to work, taking care of our family, and keeping up with our bills. We request that there is a written plan as to what you have for us for that for this whole process, as well as the we would love to request to see about how many people also are really wanting to come in here, but that everybody that is involved in this side of this. We have talked to multiple people about this situation, and nobody agreed with the purchase of this property because nobody says they want to move in, and there's tons of people that say they don't want to leave. At the same time, everybody backs the DHHL up, and we definitely believe that they deserve homes and not apartments. They deserve land for homesteading, for farming, for doing whatever they very well do, because we believe that that's what they're definitely owed. So we request that there's a plan. And we request that you show a list of people that are definitely wanting to move in here, please. Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Board, for your attention and your ears.
Okay, Mr. Wangua, we do have your contact information, and we'll convey that to the parties that are responsible to inform you on the relocation plan. So we'll get that to them, and they should be contacting you if they haven't already. Okay, thank you. Skip it, you're on.
No, he still doesn't know how to, so.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see. The next agenda item, C1. Approval to authorize the Department of Hawaiian Lands to negotiate an agreement to accept a donation of 19 acres in Eva Island, Hawaii. Russell Coates.
We had someone else wanted to testify on that. I know Lourdes was wanting to testify.
Go ahead, Russell.
What? She's not on there? She excited this morning.
Oh, he said it doesn't work.
Oh, yours doesn't work?
I can't. Sorry. Only got one more.
Aloha, good morning, commissioners. Good to see everybody this morning. Happy holidays. Russell Kopu, I'm with Chair's office. I have a few folks up here with me this morning. We're talking about a proposed donation from a group called Kalani Anaole Development. With me at the table this morning is Patty Tonkayo, who is the president and CEO of Kalani Anaole Development. And to her right is Sun Hom. Mr. Hom is the executive vice president of design and construction for Kalani Anaole Development. So item C1 is to address a proposal that has come in from Kalani Anaole Development to donate to the department a 19.354 acre parcel in Eva. In the submittal, there is an exhibit or a couple of exhibits that give you an idea of where this parcel is. Mr. Hom is he's trying to do a PowerPoint that will give you a little bit more detailed information. So I'll leave him to that. But to start, in the submittal, what is being asked of the commission is to authorize and direct the department to negotiate an agreement to accept the donation of this property. The premise is that, or the background for this donation is that Kalani'ana Ole Development is under contract to acquire this parcel. Upon acquisition, they would lease the parcel under a ground lease to an affiliated entity by the name of Ku'ai Hale LLC. That would be a special purpose entity that would pursue the development of the property. Then they would donate the property to the department, subject to that lease already being in place. Why would they do that? Well, I'll let them share some of the program reasons why they want to do that. But from a development perspective, by the department holding title to this property, we're allowed to control our own land use, and we're not limited to the land use that the city county of Honolulu designates for the property. So that allows these folks to do the project that they're going to describe, a commercial project, on property that is currently a split zone, both ag and residential. So that's kind of the developer reason why they're proposing the donation, is to provide to the department a piece of property that goes into our income producing portfolio. It would immediately have a stream of income from this lease that would be in place. And then over the term of the lease, once the term expires, the department and under the control of the commission would have this property free and clear of that lease. And it would be part of our continuing portfolio of income producing properties. I wanted to point out that one of the requirements that the department is requiring for this transaction to go through, and we're asking for your approval to negotiate this, is we want the lease that is going to be issued to this special purpose entity, this affiliate entity that will develop the property. We want it to be, in substance, a lease that we, the Department of Homeland, could issue if we own the property from inception. So it's going to have all the bells and whistles that we would expect. I lay out 4 bullet points in the submittal, particularly that we would require a maximum 65-year lease term. That's the max that we can do. Minimum lease rents to be set by independent third-party appraisal. That would happen during a due diligence period. And that process is paid for by the developer, not the department. It would be subject to the department's or the commission's sublease rent participation policy. I've attached that as an exhibit. I won't go into detail about the policy. It's not the most artfully worded policy. It's a little difficult to work through, but it is policy. It has been adopted by a prior commission, and all of the commercial leases are subject to it. Basically allowing, if we lease a piece of property and someone does a project and has subtenants, then we participate in the rents and the income that's generated from that sublease, subleases. And then the last bullet point is community benefits package. We would require this lease, and we require these companies to go through the process of working with our associations and our beneficiaries to identify those impacted communities, homestead communities, and then addressing the various things that I've laid out in the bullet point, which are verbatim from our statutory department. Community development, job training, etc. I'm going to wrap up my portion by pointing out there's two sections of the Hawaii Homes Commission Act that I've cited in the submittal. The first is section 225B1 and 4. This is the authority for the commission and the department to accept gifts from donors. It's interesting to note in subsection 4 that the real property or any interest received by the department through a gift or a grant does not automatically attain the status of Hawaiian homelands. And if you read through that section of the statute, the reason is because often gifts are made subject to restrictions or directions. So someone gifts a property, says, but you have to let my ohana or my spouse live here for the remainder of their life. And when they pass, then it comes free and clear. If this property automatically became Hawaiian homelands, we couldn't accept that gift because we would not be able to have property that had a non-beneficiary residing on it. So for those kind of situations, and that's just an example that I've thought of, but for that reason, it does not automatically become Hawaiian homelands. But if you go to the second section that I referenced, 204B, this is where in administering and after receiving this property, the commission is given the discretion that any interest in this property may be managed and disposed of in the same manner and for the same purpose as Hawaiian homelands. So it doesn't automatically become Hawaiian homelands, but you can designate it as such and treat it as such. So part of the motion is, the last part of the motion is for the commission to designate once if this donation, this agreement that we want to negotiate for the donation, we would like that designation to take place because there will be none of these restrictions that I mentioned earlier. We want it to be within the trust portfolio. I'll open it up for any questions people have on the submittal itself, and then I'm going to turn it over to our developer friends to kind of share a little bit about the project. Does anybody have any questions for Dennis?
Thanks for the explanation, but I think I'm more confused than I was when I first read it. Because, you referred to section 201A, I guess this quote refers to that section, correct?
So
number 4? Because I don't know what 201A says.
So the reference to 201A?
Yeah.
And where's that for?
It says, shall not attain the status of defined status under 201A. So we're getting revenue, okay? But I guess my question is, if this is considered a gift, where does the money go to? What trust fund or what general fund, or how does it get back? How does it get in our hands? How do we use that money? And I guess what you're saying is under the next paragraph, we treat it as Hawaiian homelands, then we have a trust fund that it would fall into.
Or it would be income producing property under 204.
Yes. So the benefit for, I'm trying to figure out how this is, let's cut and slice it. The benefit for KBL is that they would avoid
the zoning restrictions.
The zoning restrictions. Okay, I understand that. That's clear. What is the benefit for Hawaiian homes? I think you explained that, but it still is unclear to me.
So we receive title to this property,
right,
which is subject to a commercial lease for development. So we now
own the subleaser.
No,
the subleaser
is this affiliate entity called Ku'ai Hale LLC.
So we go in agreement with the subleaser, and then you have then there's, so when it comes down to generating revenue, what percentage of the revenue do we get? Is it 50% of the revenue? What do we get now?
It's and so
I guess that's the biggest question.
Yeah, and you're referring.
What do we get now?
So there's a lease rent that is negotiated.
Yes.
With the subtenant. That is based upon a appraisal that is run by a third-party independent appraisal. We also, on top of the rents that are generated, we participate in the sublease rents from the operation of the commercial center. Exhibit 2 in submittal is the rent participation policy. Right. There, you'll note that there's a whole bunch of carve-outs or exemptions, if you will. That's on the last page. Because what the policy tries to do, and this is what makes it a little bit difficult to understand. It's saying you're running an operation, you have certain expenses affiliated with that operation. You should be able to net out those expenses from your income before you participate in the sharing. So that's what this does. The percentage share is of that net participation, 50% goes to the department.
So then, so we're looking at 50% of the rent, the rents are coming back to us?
50% of the net rents, net of all the operating expenses.
Okay, I think, you know, for me, it's still a little confusing. I like to see what the final document looks like before we, I mean, to get involved in the conversation or in the negotiations, I understand. But I think when we come down to commission is what does the final document say? What do we get for the benefit? I understand the donation, appreciate the donation, but there's reasons why they're doing the donation, okay? And I understand that, that's fine. But I want to make sure that whatever comes to the beneficiaries is reasonable for this period.
And that's a good point, because the submittal is asking for your authorization to proceed to negotiate the donation, subject to negotiating this form of sublease that will be in place that will provide for the sublease rent participation. We would have to come back to the commission when that agreement was negotiated and final terms, and we would get your approval for that. The submittal also gets your approval to direct these folks to go forward with their community benefits package and with their efforts to work with associations. It also directs the department to start the process, which has already been started in some sense, with beneficiary consultation to get the beneficiaries' thoughts on this particular transaction. So it is just the very first step. Let us go and work out terms to come back to you to start looking at it.
So the other concern I have is, and I'm sure any contractor could come up with a donation. This sort of does limit it to the specific contractor on this process. Yeah. Just want to make sure.
Correct. Yeah, and it's because they brought the transaction to us, and they control this particular parcel of property. Part of the process would be we would negotiate in the donation agreement is we have to do some due diligence ourselves just to confirm that the property is such that it would be acceptable in our portfolio. So we would be looking at things that if there was undue liability associated with the property, if there was some environmental issues with it, that we don't want to step into that ownership, then we might choose not to participate. If there was a lot of, from an operational standpoint, if there was a lot of operational issues, it was in a floodplain or it had certain characteristics that would make it very difficult, even though we're getting it for free, it's a donation. Once we step into it, it's going to cause a lot of expense and hardship on our part. We may choose not to accept the donation. There's also, it's a developer concern often to determine whether you have archaeological and cultural artifacts and remains. The department, at least from my perspective, we see that as an opportunity to work with the developer to apply our beneficiary and our fiduciary Juliana to make sure that we care for the Ibi Kupuna and the lineal descendants in the proper way. So that would be part of the due diligence, but that would not be something that we would typically run away from.
Oh, yeah, I'm not saying that you're gonna run away from it. I just wanna make sure we're using the same due diligence we use if we're gonna lease out a property. And we're following those same guidelines that we currently have.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other, Chair, any other? So again, Patty Tancayo is the president.
Mike has a comment, Chair.
Oh, sorry, okay. Sorry.
Myself, Hawaiian. Yeah, I just wanted to chime in a little bit. So, I hear what Commissioner Harris is saying, but this is an interesting opportunity, and it's the first step. So, I'll be supportive of what the results of the negotiations are. As a key, it'll come back to the commission, I think, and there's also the beneficial consultation. But it really looks pretty interesting. And Russell, would this type of opportunity be open to other developers? Would they come forward to us and,
I'll let the developers tell you what motivates them to do it. I think a lot of people think this kind of opportunity for the department is too good to be true. There has to be something hidden there, because why would somebody go out the expense of acquiring a piece of property just to turn it over to us? There is the benefit of the zoning restrictions being lifted.
Yes.
But is that enough for somebody? There has to be something else. So I'll let them discuss why. But to answer your question, yes, it's open. If anybody listening to this meeting wants to donate, valuable commercial property to us to generate income,
we'll consider it.
Yeah, our doors are wide open. We're willing to take the time to do that. So I'm going to turn it over to Patty and let her explain kind of what their motivation was going into the project. I'm going to ask you guys got to literally talk right into the microphone so everybody here.
Okay. You can use this one, yeah.
Okay.
But real close.
All right, real close. Okay. Thank you, and good morning, Chairman Watson and Commissioners. My name is Patty Tancayo, and I'm the CEO of Kalaniana Ole Development. I'm really excited about this proposal because I'm a beneficiary. So this is the first time that it's something like this is ever going to be done. And this is an opportunity to have a long-lasting benefits, because, I'm gonna go off script, but the property is worth $6 million. We're gonna donate it to the department. The department is gonna allow us to develop it. Okay, this property is complex to develop, but I've surrounded myself with a world-class team, literally. And I'm so fortunate, and everybody here is so fortunate that I have my partner, Nan Shin, who I'm so blessed that he is my partner. I mean, try and think about it. My partner is one of the most successful businessmen in Hawaii. And my partner, son, he's world class. He worked for Samsung as one of their top architects. And he worked directly under the CEO of Samsung. And my team is genuinely helping me with this, because they understand and they see the injustices that were done to the Hawaiian community. That's why I'm doing it, and that's why they are doing it. They're trying to help me. And this proposal is about unlocking the potential of the Hawaiian Homelands Act. Once I do it, other developers will be able to do it too, because we're gonna set the template. And Okay, so after the term of the lease, this property is going to be so valuable to the department. I'm not sure how much it's gonna be worth, but it's gonna be worth hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. And during the course of the project, we're gonna be paying rent to the department, and then you're gonna participate in the profits. So it's all gonna depend on, you know, what we build and the pro forma and the investment and everything, but you folks are gonna participate in that. And this is how the Hawaiian Homelands Act should be utilized. The powers that it has to help us, to help the beneficiaries, and that's why I'm doing it. Okay, so I'd like to introduce you to San.
Thank you.
We'll talk about
Thank you for nice introduction. Aloha, Chairman Watson. Aloha, Commissioners. I'm really proud to be here as one of a few non-beneficiaries sitting in this room and present. I think it's a really meaningful project that can contribute to building stronger Native Hawaiian communities and also to making this area a better place to live. Today I will provide would you please drop the presentation? Today I will provide a brief overview of the site analysis and development plan for this project. The site is about 22.7 acres, of which about 45% is zoned for residential use. So if you look at the yellow line, the west-south side of the site is zoned for residential. The north side of the area is zoned for agricultural use. So about 45% is zoned for residential use, and the remaining 55% is designated for agricultural use. We propose to rezone this land to BMX3, business mixed use, to allow for a broader range of use. Let me begin with a brief SWOT analysis of the site. This site is located at the corner of Fort River Road, running north-south, and Old Fort River Road, running kind of west-east. This is one of the busiest traffic areas in the region, and giving it excellent roadway visibility and making it ideal for commercial use. It is close to freeway exits and the new railroad stations, making it a highly promising location for future growth. Additionally, it is adjacent to golf course, providing abundant green space and with unobstructed view. However, if you can see in the witness, most of the this zone is restricted to agricultural use and the residential. And also, most of the agricultural portion, which is the north side of the picture, is classified as a potential flood zone. And the site is currently not connected to the county sewer system and would need to connect to the sewer pump located across the street at the Hawaiian Humane Society. I believe we can overcome these challenges working closely with the DHHL and the neighborhood communities. As for the opportunities, residents familiar with Oahu, they already know that Eva and Copper Lake are among the fastest growing areas on the island, with a rapid increase in population. The site is adjacent to D.R. Horton's Ho'opili community, which aims to deliver 14,000 homes in the near future. The site is also located at the first intersection of the freeway exit, and also it is very close to the hospital. For the future development, we might need to widen Old Fort River Road and install a traffic signal to address traffic concerns and implement measures to minimize noise and potential disruptions to nearby residential areas. Next, please. So this is our proposed use. for the project. The plan is still in conceptual stage, and we intend to refine it after listening to the feedback from the commissions and also from the surrounding communities. Our goal is to differentiate the commercial site by creating space that's not just a shopping mall, but also offer recreational and leisure activities for families. One of the key strategies is to minimize construction in the flood-prone areas to prevent potential damages and excessive construction costs. So as you can see on the north side, that area is flood zone, and we try to avoid that area building any buildings. So that area is going to be mostly used as a parking lot, and also we plan to build pickleball court, baseball mat, and also maybe potentially driving range in that area. So our goal is to differentiate this commercial site by creating space that also provide recreational and leisure activities for families. And there's also the adjacent to the golf course, we propose, that's where the driving range and pickleball course and the batting cage might be placed. Along the roadside, the facilities such as a gas station, car wash could be included. Additionally, we plan to dedicate a portion of the retail space to native Hawaiian at discounted rate to encourage small business development. Other possible uses include the supermarket, self-storage facilities, and the kupuna housing along the golf course for beneficiaries. Next, please. And this is our project timeline. Our goal is to complete the project by 2030. By next year, we aim to finalize design and complete the environmental assessment. In 2026, we plan to obtain building permits and achieve financial closing. Construction and leasing will follow over the next 3 years, with a full occupancy and stabilized operation expected by 2030. This concludes my presentation on site and development plan. Mahalo for your support and interest in this project.
Any questions for these folks? I need to know, if you go back, if you leave this slide on, and then if commissioners, if you look at my submittal, I reference a 19.354 acre parcel, which is kind of the northern piece, or the bottom piece of this parcel. The developer has added in that orange TMK for kupuna housing. So I would respectfully ask if I could amend the submittal to apply to combine 2 TMKs as the defined property that we would be negotiating a donation agreement of. I think the TMKs may be on the slide.
It was actually on your slide.
What is the combined square acreage?
The combined acreage is 22.7 acres, so 10.55 acres for R5 residential, and 12.15 acres for agricultural use.
So in my subject line, the 19.354 acre becomes
22.7 acres.
0.7 acres.
That's correct.
And then we would add a second TMK. I have number 37.
So 22.7 acres is combined, both?
Yes.
Yeah.
Am I making sense to everybody?
Yeah, Russell, so it's all covered in the original TMK?
No, this TMK in my submittal, parcel 37 is the 19 acre. That orange piece is another TMK, I believe.
Yeah, I guess that under 25.
So you just now want to add in TMK?
Great.
Yeah, add more.
Okay, what's the TM?
It's
The smaller piece.
138 and let me see.
Oh, so 038.
This, yeah, 031.
Oh, 31.
031.
And the one present, 037.
So we have a two TM case, because we have a two TM case. One is 031, which is left to the
right.
Yeah, left the small site on the left,
right.
And the bigger lot is 125.
125?
No, you mean 037. That's a 19.354. Right now, the action item, the 19.354 is TMK, last three numbers 037. So what you're saying is you add in a little bit more for the Kupuna housing portion, which would be total of the two, 22.7. And it would be the last three numbers 031.
Should give it that.
Yes, we have a two TMKs. One is 031, and the other one is 125. 031 is the smaller lot on the left.
So Chair, let me, because that doesn't match up with the exhibit that I pulled from the city county of Honolulu. So let me do this, let me go back, add in the second TMK, confirm with it that we have the right TMK references and acreage. And then maybe we'll come back tomorrow for the vote on the proposal.
That's fine, or we can just give authority.
To make the correction.
Make the correction.
Yeah.
We good.
Your pleasure.
Yeah. Okay. Any questions, Commissioner?
I have.
Okay, Commissioner Kalepa.
I have a question. Maybe can you explain to me this in Exhibit 2, number 2? It's kind of naming terms for me. I really want to understand that. Exhibit 2, number 2.
It's a sublease rent participation policy.
Yeah, I'll read it. In lieu of the sublease income assessed for those subleases covering raw lands only, the department shall participate in 50% of the difference of the sublease income charged by the lessee that exceeds the proportionate base rent, that's any general excise tax, under the terms of the lease. So, again, the policy isn't most artfully drafted. I might need Attorney General to come up here and explain this for us, and I don't want to put people on the spot, but when it's raw property, raw land, so this is saying that we can receive the 50% difference between that if the developer is taking the property from raw land to an improved status.
Okay, awesome.
You're on halfway. Okay, so we'll come back tomorrow and explain it better.
Can I just get a clarification? So on the actual TMKs, is this something you're gonna have to investigate first on the TMKs, or?
Well, so
I'm getting this number, from this, our purchase agreement document, so our number should be correct.
Yes.
The one that I presented today.
So if you could make the corrections and make sure we have the TMKs.
Yeah, we're gonna do that.
And then just bring it back when you get it.
Okay.
Before we do that, then, we'll defer it and correct that, and you should also have a time to answer your question before we take action.
Okay.
We do have some witnesses that would like to testify, but is there anything else you guys want to?
Just to clarify, you want me to bring it back this afternoon, tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
I just wanted to say one thing. Just by what you presented to us is really, really awesome. These are really good things for people, for Hawaiian homes. So I just want to thank you guys.
And I would want to echo that, Chair. Thanks very much for the opportunity to take a look at it. I think the way your proposal is structured, it includes
beneficiary consultation. It includes the due diligence that we would hope, make sure that we dot our i's and cross our t's. And it also brings back the agreement to the commission, whatever you folks agree to. And it represents tremendous possibilities and opportunities for the beneficiaries, so thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have some people that want to provide public testimony. Homilani Shinda.
Hello, Michael. Mahalo, Chair and Commissioners, for allowing me the opportunity to share my mana'o with you today. I'm Homilani Shadell, beneficiary and homestead leader in our Honolulu, Hawaii. I've attached a string of emails and highlighted portions that are important to my testimony. On August 12, 2024, Patty Concayo sent an email to the Kapolei Homestead leaders, including myself, regarding Everland donation to DHHL with benefits package to Kapolei Homestead Association. I responded to her on August 27, requesting information to address my concerns. In particular, I asked her to please clarify for me if I understand your request, meaning your intent is to donate the parcel, ask the Hawaiian Homes Commission to grant you a 65-year lease on the same property you are donating, and to be the developer for the 80-unit Kapuna housing project. On August 27th, she responded, I want to clarify a few things up front. This is a land donation, and there is no requirement for a community benefits package as part of my offer. If your homestead decides that receiving this income for this donation isn't the right fit, I respect your decision. She did not share any information on the property, location, etc., terms of the lease, or the Kapuna housing project I requested. Instead, she ended her email with, also, if this becomes too complicated and my integrity is questioned, I will unfortunately withdraw my donation. Let me be clear here. I was not questioning her integrity. I just wanted simple information. On August 31st, 2024, I responded. Please know, when I'm being asked to support a person or project, as part of my kuleana, I have always asked questions to assist me in making my decisions. I see I have offended you, which was never my intent. I offer you my sincere apology. I am not a real estate developer, nor do I have the education or expertise of real estate developer. But I know how to read, and according to the Merriam-Webster dictionary, the word donation means the act or an instance of donating, such as the making of a gift, especially to a charity or public institution. B, a free contribution. Wikipedia defines donation as a gift for charity, humanitarian aid, or to benefit a cause. My definition is to give freely, to kokua, with no expectations. I know there are many of us in this room that was taught by our kupuna to give with your heart, not with your hands. Frankly, I see this donation as giving with the left hand and taking with the right. So let me get this straight. This commission is being asked to authorize and direct DHHL to negotiate an agreement to accept the donation, even though KDL is currently under contract to acquire the property they intend to donate to DHHL. So as of today, they don't even have the property. And you're being asked to make a decision, I guess being postponed till tomorrow. Staff will have to conduct beneficiary consultation on the planned non-homestead development of 19.354 acres, which could potentially provide 120 homes. Why would you put staff in that position when there are almost 11,000 residential applications on home? Once KDL purchases the property, they will enter into a ground lease rent with KHL, which was formed to pursue commercial development of the property. Okay, so in my testimony I have what happened to the Kupuna house. With the presentation, I saw that the developer is including the Kupuna house. KHL will then donate the property to DHHL to be the fee owner, who, in my opinion, should be free to determine how the land will be used, not to assume the role of ground lessor under the KHL lease. All of this to circumvent city and county of Honolulu's zoning restrictions for KHL to be free to pursue its planned development. Then DHHL is expected to take on the administrative burden, collect minimum lease rent, and must wait 65 years to receive the land free and clear. Mr. Kalupu, as a former commissioner, I can't understand why you're bringing this matter before the commission today. It appears this action is being placed on a fast track. Let me be clear. In my mind, this is not a donation. It is a negotiation for KDL and KHL to use our trust, to circumvent city and county of Honolulu zoning laws for their benefit. Nor do I see this as a win-win-win proposition for our trust. As for the intended community benefits package for homestead associations in the Ahupua'a, we have our homes. We have our homes. Our kuleana is to advocate for our ohana who are on the wait list to get their homes. This proposition does not provide for that. I strongly urge each commissioner to consider what is before you carefully and consider the decision you make today or tomorrow will have unintended consequences for the next 65 years.
Okay, thank you.
No, I'm not done. You each have kuleana to make your individual choice on this matter. On behalf of those who are on the wait list, I implore you to be pono in making your decision and vote a'ole. Please, please do not set a precedent. I have sat in this room for 16 years. 16. And I know this is a new concept, and it may be a great concept, but there are a lot of holes that need answers. I mean no disrespect to Ms. Tunkayo or her intentions. But if she honestly believes in supporting our Native Hawaiian community, especially those on the wait list, then give DHHL the land with no strings attached. In closing, I'd like to say, do the beneficiary consultation first. Do that first. Find out what our beneficiaries would like to do, whether they would approve something like this or not. And then come back. And depending on what our beneficiaries say, that's the action this commission should take. Mahalo for your time.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any questions?
Next, any quick questions?
No?
Thank you very much.
Aloha mai kako, Imam Kalai Manole, co-manager of Ho'oponopono, Native Hawaiian Advocacy Corporation out of Waianae Coast. And first of all, I'd like to give full disclosure. Peri Tankayo, that's my tira. And if you're my friend, no matter what, back your play. If you're wrong, you're wrong. I won't talk to you about that myself. But if you're right, I won't back your play. And I'm going to stand solid with you. So I'm giving you guys full disclosure, that's my tira. I gotta say something. This is the season of Makahiki, a time to celebrate right now, right? One of the things I trip in out on is, this is the second time in the last few months that I see Nan Inc. donating land to DHHL. I never seen any developer in the history of Hawaii willing to donate land to us. And the lands that they're donating is not Opala lands. These are good lands that they're donating that can be able to be used for us and to expand the diversity of our portfolio for the trust. To me, that's a really big deal. So I command Nan Inc. to take this burden on themselves to do that. Who would do that? To me, Nan Inc., they're onto something. Yeah, the benefit with working with DHHL is that we're not constrained by a lot of the bureaucratic BS that the normal general contractors gotta go through in order to get anything developed in Hawaii. So that's a benefit for us, and it's a benefit for them. The other thing I like to celebrate too is that, to me, this is the first time I ever heard of a manapahini from the homestead of Ho'olehua on Molokai. First time in the history, break the granite ceiling. Developers is a man's world in Hawaii. Men control development in Hawaii. It's the first time I see on wahine do that. And not only any kind of wahine. A Native Hawaiian beneficiary from one homestead, able to break that granite ceiling. To me, I think we should be celebrating her. Why? Because, yeah, she got history with being in business with Kali. Yeah? Okay, so what? You know what I mean? So what? She will learn from what she will learn while doing business with Kali, but that doesn't mean that she should be ostracized from this whole process. In fact, she should be encouraged because she knows the system. So Nan Inc., in their wisdom, said, hey, I like to work with somebody that knows the system. They know the process. Because why? They like expand their business. And I think that this would be good because now other developers would be willing to work with the department because they're saying, hey, you know what? There's a benefit to both sides. One, the department gonna be able to get portfolio expansion with good quality lands. And we feel bad for Hawaii, so we want to expand that. I just wish like people like Mark Zuckerberg and Oprah Winfrey would think about giving some of their lands back to Hawaiian homelands. Who knows? Something like this could happen there. I just went digress on that side. So I'm just saying that Rather than attack, every time when Hawaiians stand up to try to do something good, we get our own people attacking our own people, and we don't can move forward. So in this spirit of makahiki, can we just put down our spears and realize what is really before us today? We're talking about one Korean-controlled corporation deciding to reach across the aisle to Native Hawaiians to help benefit us, to expand our portfolio of inventory in our lands, quality stuff. And then they chose to partner with one Manawahine from the Homestead, who has risen to the rank of being able to work with these big guys up there to help us over here. I think that's a great thing. I don't think we should be shooting them down. Hey, we might have a million questions, but the outcome of this will set a precedence for other people to decide, you know what, let's go help the Hawaiians. A lot of people don't help Hawaiians because Hawaiians don't can even help themselves because we fight too much amongst ourselves. We can stop that. So, Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas. Thank you. Next testifier, Jermaine Myers.
Hello, Commissioners. I just want to clarify, it's not about attacking. It's about opportunities or exploitation. It's never about attacking. And if anything, go and listen to what Auntie Homilani said regarding the letter she received. If I was to look at it real, she was being attacked. Aloha Chair and Commissioners, my name is Jermaine Myers. I'm a Nanakuli Hawaiian Homestead lessee. My testimony is regarding C1, and it's related to a land donation from Patty Tonkayo and her partner Nan, who owns Kalani Ana Ole Development LLC, which was created in December of 2023. Why does Tonkayo and Nan want to donate 19 acres of land to DHHL? Land zoned for ag development and residential development. The proposal is very vague. Commissioners, you're being asked to make a decision based on very little critical information and a decision based on using a lot of imagination. What are the very little critical information provided? First, it tells us that Chair Cully's ex-partner, Tonkayo, created a new company, Ku'ai Hale LLC. This is actually a typo. According to DCCA staff, on May 16, 2024, Tonkayo created a company called Ku'ai Halevai LLC. There's no Ku'ai Hale LLC. Ku'ai Halevai LLC will pursue development on the property. How? By donating the property to DHHL. The DHHL, as owners, will award a 65-year lease to Ku'ai Halevai LLC. Great donation. Why would Tonkayo go through all this trouble to do this? Well, according to the proposal, it says, and I quote, in DHHL's hands, the property would not be subject to City and County of Honolulu zoning restrictions, and Ku'ai Halevai would be free to pursue its planned development. And according to the presentation, one of the threats was community pushback. You see, City and County of Honolulu would require them to go to EVA Neighborhood Board, Senator Favela as well. What is the planned development? We just found out. Does that mean it's currently zoned agriculture and residential, but they want to develop an industrial complex? Because what they said there is after the fact, is after you say okay, then we're gonna find out really what is okay. Or do they want to build a business, retail shopping center? I actually predicted that. Or do they want to apply low-income housing tax credit to build multifamily low-income housing, since DHHL would be the landowner, or Kupuna Housing? Or do they want to develop high-cost residential housing, since the property is located across from Westlock and near Queens Hospital? Whatever it is, with a 65-year general lease, they don't have to do any beneficiary consultation, but now we find out they will. That's for sure. After the 65 years, DHHL doesn't know what it's going to inherit back from Ku'ai Halevai LLC and how much staff and monies will be required to maintain the development. What are the benefits to DHHL and its beneficiaries? Annual revenue from a lease. How much revenue? It's not in there. We don't know because no details are provided except a sublease rent worksheet with a formula, but with no details in the formula. Example, the formula says they can subtract from their rent allowances, which are costs, like the $6.6 million that they invested, and investment returns, the cost for building all those things. That's gonna lower the rent. What are their costs and investment returns? We don't know. Therefore, commissioners, we don't know how much rent monies, or you don't know how much rent monies today will be received by DHHL. Today, you don't know. Also, the proposal speaks about a community benefits package to be given to Native Hawaiian serving associations impacted by the proposed development. I don't recall we had land in Eva. What associations are going to be impacted? We don't know. How are they going to be impacted? We don't know. How much benefits and how much money in benefits and for how long? We don't know. Commissioners, God bless all of you.
Next testifier, Eddie.
Aloha kako, happy holidays, commissioners. Nice to see you, Hoku, aloha. I'm not gonna deep weigh in because I think Ms. Myers covered a lot, and thank you to Auntie Homi. But I'm gonna ask these questions because some of my Oahu commissioners should be asking these questions on this submittal. We talked about what type of due diligence what type of due diligence analysis did DHHL conduct on this access on this property? That is something that we should know. The second one you should be asking is, who are the parties involved that broke this agreement? And more lastly, to cover this concern is that, what is the future plans for this property? Is it going to be used for homesteading or rentals or beneficiaries on the wait list? The traffic impact, there's so many questions to the submittal. Commercial use, the traffic impact of Fort Weaver. And I'm glad that now that you're going to add in beneficiary consultation, that is so important to the community of Eva. If you ever travel on Fort Weaver, it is really heavy. You have Old Pili coming through, and you have Eva Beach. So I just asked the commissioner to hold the train a little and not to rush in the decision making. Listen to some of these testimonies that came through. It's very important, especially for our Oahu commissioners, to be able to dig in and look at the submittal and ask these questions. What is going to be impacted? And our trust is going to be benefited. So thank you for this time, and I appreciate this. Thank you.
Next testifier, Kuliko Kamai.
Mahalo nui no hopeful commissioners. As I've been sharing, it's very important for you folks to pay attention to the details and the information that is not shared, yet your consent is being requested. As the previous speakers have shared, and you will make Jermaine and Patty, And I imagine the speakers to come will share. We are not fighting. We, the beneficiaries, we, the lessees, are not saying that I have mine, you waitlisters wait. We are advocating for those waitlisters. Because we want everything for them that we currently have and more. We are not fighting. Let's be clear. And we are not challenging people's integrities. Ikawa, mama, ikawa, we have to pay attention to our past so that we don't repeat the mistakes in the future. As we look forward, let's look back. When we look back, we need to look forward. There is no one all correct, all wrong. As many of you know, there's things that you have to weigh before you make your decision. And those of us lessees, those of us currently living in the Aina or Kula are advocating for the best for those that are yet to come. Director Kali Watson, I appreciate what you were trying to do because this is the new stuff. And I appreciate it. But we need to recognize who's going to benefit. Both of us can benefit. All of us can benefit, yes. But let's not let the Department of Hawaiian Homeland continue to foot the bill. Whether it be in the lease rent, in the lease term, in the conditions of the lease. Let us be clear that our beneficiaries that have not been served are first and foremost for all of our properties. Russell, I appreciate and thank you for noting that the Kupuna housing was not on the TMK. That's one of the benefits of being at home. You can look things up while they're being spoken. Because we don't see things in the packet. Sometimes that packet is not a full packet. And if we're not there, or paying attention by tuning in, we really don't have the full picture. We don't have all the information. And commissioners, neither do you. At this point in time, it shouldn't be deferred for 1 day. It should be deferred until we have more information, and like has been shared, with the beneficiary consultation up front. Holly and all the other beneficiaries on the wait list. Spend the money, clean up that wait list, because we're not only doing this for here, we're talking about other Aina, Unia lands, the other islands. We're talking about purchasing lands, or better yet, purchase the land. $6 million is what it's worth. Let's see if we could offer them more, because that's what we would be losing. So why don't we try and do the outright purchase? So let's try and be all-encompassing of all the things that you, wise, intelligent, servicing people, our commissioners, our staffers that have been there for a long time, come up with the other solutions and options.
Okay.
And thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Hello. Next testifier, Pat Ovaiola.
Oh my God, I also would like to echo the
testimony of all that came before me that spoke about the deferment. There is a deferment, there's lack of enough, there's not enough information on this item. With due respect to the Patty from land, from those of Russell Kaupu, but there isn't. I do have, before I go any further, Mr. Chair, demand has always been a light that shines and maybe makes realization. But now as an 80-year-old owner, if we're going to invoke our cultural beliefs in the Makahiki, then we're doing this wrong. It does not celebrate this land, because in the Makahiki, it was then to celebrate Lono as with fertility, agriculture, and rainfall, and that had to do all about land to make sure that we malama the land. Makahiki is that celebration for that. So I want to make that clear. If we like war, we're going to fight Irimoko. That's the war. That can't happen. So let us not begin to think that everybody who's against this is against Patty. So I just needed that to be clear as we move forward. But it does appear to me that this action is trying to circumvent the city and county of Honolulu in its zoning and building processing. And I don't want the Department of Hawaiian, or why the Department of Hawaiian and its commission is being asked to be, your purview is trust lands. That's the purview of the commission of the DHHL. That's your purview. Not private lands out there, but you've been asked to accept or do this process. This is not a process that is in your purview. The many questions still needs to be asked. Beneficiaries, I guess those in EBA. I heard that if this was to go through, the EBA board needs to, community board would need to do it as different from other islands. On Oahu, you gotta go to different community boards to get things done. So that's where the purview is. If they do it, let them, we should get together. Other than that, I just want to end by saying, it is the purview, this is to our commissioners. The Nelson case made it clear in the findings and facts and conclusions of law that the commissioners, city commissioners cannot serve two masters. Your job there is to make sure and protect the trust lands for beneficiaries. This is not a conceptual plan. You don't have it's not a concept that you do it. It is the organic document of the HHCA as defined, as amended July 9, 1921. So please, commissioners, and it is the Oahu commissioners should be the one taking the lead. It is not about conceptuals or conceptions, but this is a new conception. Follow the act. It has all the conceptions that we need. Thank you very much.
The last testifier, Sana Albuquerque.
Hello, my name is Nizana Albuquerque, and I am a waitlister. I'm the youngest of 12. I applied in 1985. My kupunas died while waiting, for a piece of property. And I really, and I agree with the mock, this is an attack. An attack for the waitlisters. who's on that wait list waiting to have property. And my thing is, I was insulted that, the donation part, donating land. We are the biggest landowners in Hawaii. And we should be happy that you are donating land to the Hawaiians to house our kupunas. We have the property. We need the financial backing to get that property to our waitlisters, people like me. I'm done waiting. I'm over it. So now I am coming to attack. I'm coming to attack that waitlist. I have already, I'm starting to get these guys to wake up, who's been on the wait list, because they're going according to what is listed, wait list. So they're just sitting there, we're sitting there and waiting, hoping that the commissioners, the commission would look out for them, for us. But it hasn't happened. I'm still here waiting. And now, I truly believe how this can be taken care of is clear the list first. Then we think about developing and all this. I have no problem with all of that. My problem is the waitlisters need to be the priority of the Department of Hawaiian Homeland, because we need to honor our prince who died for us fighting. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we still have some more time. Agenda item E1, approval of lease award. Honolulu and Cook. Michelle, what's that?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Watson, Commissioners. Michelle Hitzman, Housing Project Branch Manager, Land Development Division. This is item E1. Recommended motion and action is to approve the 9-year lease awards for the applicants listed. I just wanted to make one correction. On the item E1, a name was inadvertently left off. However, he is on the exhibit. So on page 10 of the exhibit, a Honolulu selectee, William Kama, again, was left off of this item E1. So I just wanted to page 10 of the exhibit, yes. He selected a Honolulu subsistence A. And of the exhibits, yeah. What name? William Kama, lot 8, for the Honolulu subsistence A.
So we could change.
There is not a change to the motion.
It's not a change.
No change to the motion, I just wanted to share that his name was left off of the item.
Is any questions or comments?
I just had a
Commissioner
question.
Evans?
I'm sorry, wasn't there for the presentation. I just had a question about the infrastructure. What type of infrastructure do we have for this Honolulu Subsistence Act? Do we have water? Do we have power? Do we have meters? Just trying to find out what they can do.
Hello, Chair Watson and Commissioners. Kalani from for the record, Acting Administrator for Land Development Division. In response to your question, we currently have drainage that we have completed. Everything is going to be created for the beneficiary or the lessee to go forward and be able to provide their own catchment system. They will have, we've completed the roadways. There's also, Helco has also completed lighting to support the lighting of the roadway system itself. And then from there, they actually have access to provide power to their different 16 lots that was created in phase 1.
So the water will be captured water, and then for power, there will be power poles they can sign to. But there's nothing to the lots at this point.
Correct. However, the roadway system is so elaborate that it actually accesses and provides roadway systems to each of the different lots. So it actually connects them to.
Okay,
yes.
very good. Thank you.
Yeah, I had a question on the agricultural 5 acres. I thought that was, the ward was contingent upon them submitting farming plans and showing 2/3 farming of the lot.
Yeah, that is correct. So this is just kind of good.
Are we
Yeah.
making that subject to that?
We are, yes. So we're just coming.
So
to
you don't get
commission.
awarded?
Not yet, no. Yeah, we're still drafting. We're waiting on the farm plans. They're just signing a lot of agreements right now. And then as the farm plans come in, we will then draft the leases and go through that process without having to come back to commission as one at a time.
Yeah, I think that, that's really important to get it done. You know, you gotta have a game plan, work with, the UH guys to, put it together. Because I don't want to, just get a lot and, they haven't really put thought into it, and, I'm prepared to move forward with the room plan. So that is going to be a requirement before the.
Yes, it is a requirement, and those, we have been referring them to Julie Chocola, planning. They're gonna set up the workshops for the agriculture and sub-ag business.
Okay, just so that everybody knows, all of them have the option, both the subsistence as well as the farm lots, to put a house on the lot, which is really nice. It's not a requirement, but they have that option. Any other questions or comments?
Sure, I just wanted to make a quick comment. Thank you to the planning office for creating this relationship with the Hawaiian Department Ag and Human Resources, because they've been a very vital resource to each of these beneficiaries in creating the farm plans and also being able to do farming on these properties.
Yeah, what's nice about the UH guys, they're very familiar with the area. So they can provide guidance as to what kind of crops would make sense, including livestock, not just growing stuff. So we're very fortunate. And we do have a contract with those guys to provide that assistance. And to me, that's real key that we provide that technical assistance so our beneficiaries can be successful. Okay. Any other comments?
Sure. I just have.
Commissioner Nevis?
There are administrative rules for farm planning. Are we going to be using the original administrative rules? There are a set of rules, and because we have farms in on and there's also a requirement that if they don't comply with those rules, we'll pull the lease back. That's never happened in on We have over 30, I think it's around 46 lots that are farming lots, and I think there's only 2 that actually have farms.
So part of the lot selection agreement is we did extract the HRR and put them on the lot agreement. They are filling out that, I believe it's 13 pages, that's the farmland that they must fill out. And then we do provide it to, right now we're doing the assistance with Homestead at CTAR for any recommendations and comments. As far as, I believe that would be a Homestead Services Division issue should they not comply with that.
That's very important, not just getting land compliance, make sure they get the proper use of it. Being from Honolulu and being involved in that, I don't see any reason we should be giving out farm lots at large because it's not working. So we've got to do something to fix it. Nothing on your department, but moving forward, if we do farm lots, we really got to make sure they have not just the knowledge, the money, equipment, and so on and so forth to move forward. We want to be successful farmers, but you just write up something and then down the road you sell 3 papayas out in front of your house. That's not farming. So just want to make sure, and like I say, you're just doing it. I understand you're just doing it. It's important. For HSD, we need to follow up. We need to make sure that they're doing what they're required to.
So trying to be proactive, Commissioner, is at the orientation meeting. We're trying to do as much as possible that we can provide them with as much resource so they can comply with that, right? So we had contractors there, we had USDA there to provide any type of financial assistance for farm part. We had Go Farms, HCA, HCL. So we did have a variety of service providers that can hopefully assist them beforehand so that they can then follow through with their farm plan.
Great, thank you. Thank you, John.
Yeah, that was one of the things that was real important. I think the first one we did, Paneava, the 16 lots, we didn't have all the resources at the wards that were available to talk to get the brochures. We also had like the rural development guys actually get up there and explain all their loan programs and stuff. So as well as contractors that presented different type of, I guess, warehousing or combo warehouse as well as residential. So there's options, but there's also, more importantly, the expertise that was there. So that's good. That's how we want to approach moving forward, is to provide some guidance. So any other questions? If not, is there a motion? Oh, excuse me, we got a couple testifiers. Patrick, Kavayola.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I've had a little issue starting my video. I'm sorry. But I guess I would really want to find out, especially the farm plan now that's being used is the same. Is it the same farm plan that when they awarded the ag lots back in 1986, the last time they did ag awards in 86 for Panaheva and Mapu? Because if that is the case, then I would have to echo the concern of Commissioner from Hawaii, Nevis, in that there's a whole bunch of ag lots that are not in compliance, and nothing has been done, except now you're saying, or what I heard is from this new award, you're gonna get your 99-year lease only after you comply. Only after you give us the cost of the fencing. Nobody knows the cost of the fencing, with the wire, what it takes to do it. Again, I just cannot understand why commissioners cannot understand the act. The act says, here's ag. You've got this little ag, you occupy the property, you have a year to occupy it. When you begin your ag, 2/3 of your property has got to be in ag. The problem we've had over the years, nobody defines ag. What is ag? There's nothing in the rules that defines ag. But it does say 2/3 of the acreage has to be ag. 2/3 of the acreage has, 2/3 of the usable acreage has to be in ag. That's the language. So we keep putting this new requirements on the new people that just 60 or 80, 60 some odd people that got this award 2-3 weeks ago, and it's shameful this week, because back in 86 we did have CTAR. We got Kirsten Nakahoshi now, but we had Andrew Kawamata. We had West Saco. They were all CTAR attached, being paid to the DHHL, but working for CTAR to help our farmers. So it's not that we never had it. They were always here. Our people, and some of them, the department failed to utilize them to help our people. So please, I am just so frustrated hearing that this big monumental historic occasion of giving these farm lots or these ag awards a couple, 2-3 weeks ago was truly a bittersweet event for me, because more than 75%, and many dropping tears, but there were over 45 years on the wait list. Walking up there with their oxygen tank, moving up there with their on their wheelchairs. It's not monumental. It's shameful that it waited that long. The land should be given away. If it's not going to be used, take it back. Give it to somebody else going to use. You have those powers, those rules are there in the act. Clearly, but we're not using it. We're changing, doing what we gotta do, shift here, slide there. That is one of the reasons that it bothers me. Because that's all I know. I'm a product of the homestead. 80 years, I was born on the homestead. I'm gonna die on the homestead. So, please, commissioners, look at the act. The section's not hard. The staff can help you what section you gotta look. If it's about successors, 209, 207, 208, all those short sections. But it tells you what you have to do. So again, your purview is only on trust lands. Only on trust lands, and you only can serve the beneficiary as defined. And that beneficiary is a person with 50% the blood of the race inhabited these islands prior to 1778. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. The Commissioner Nevins?
Yes. I always have one question. What is the infrastructure on the Makuku subdivision?
Hello.
So we have water and power and access.
Water, power, and access. What about unexploded ordinances? Have that been cleared from that area?
So we have an amendment, an addendum to the UXO that will provide for certain things to take place there, but there still needs to be a process that goes through HUD. I believe there are certain things that doesn't qualify for types of lending, but so that's the reason why we have brought other funders and other lenders to the table to provide those types of resources for the beneficiaries.
So I guess my question is, are the lots cleared from unexploded ordinances?
So we did get that acceptance that we needed to attach the addendum in regards to the UXO.
So there's an addendum to the lease agreement that says there's possibly UXO.
And we did go through clearance already.
Okay.
That was
I just want to make sure that's clear.
Yes.
So there is possibly UXO, it's going to be in the agreement to hold us on this.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay. Any other questions? If not, is there a motion?
Oh, wait.
Oh, Skip.
We,
You fix your speaker.
your camera is.
Hello?
Yeah. Oh, okay. Now we can't see your face, but we can hear you. Come on to the side. There you go.
Hey, how you guys?
Okay.
Okay, I came for talk about, let me see, I gotta read it. Priority selection for connection to the island. That's the one. Hello?
No, that's not right. Kind of late on the update.
Okay, but this is the one for what?
This is for Honolulu and Makuku, the lease awards.
How we straight up? Okay, but you know the four people one? That remind me of the people and the Wahine walking on the sidewalk. You know, somebody gonna get screwed, but the people gonna make money. That's what people. For Kingsland, I the support of priority selection for connection to the Wahine Kingsland. Okay? Hello?
Yeah, we listened to your words of advice.
Okay, that's all.
Okay, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay, total minutes.
You want to take a break?
Thank you.
We come back in 1
Okay, we're gonna take a break for lunch recess. We'll be back at 1:50.
Thank you.
There's
The PCT.
Okay. Okay, we're back in session. Let's see, agenda item F1, approval to issuance of license to Crown Castle T-Mobile West Tower LLC. One now.
Hello and good afternoon, Commissioners. Item number F1, LMD is seeking the approval from the Commission for the issuance of a license to Crown Castle T-Mobile West LLC located in Waimanao. TMK listed there on the island of Oahu. With me today I have Andrew Santee, one of the land agents with LMD. We also have online, if the Commissioners have any questions regarding the submittal, any technical questions, we have Kala and Adrian. Okay, with that being said, we're recommending that the motion and action that the Hawaiian Homes Commission grant approval to the issuance of a non-benefit license to Crown Castle T-Mobile West Tower LLC, will be named the licensee for the exclusive use of approximately 625 square feet of Hawaiian homelands on the parcel described above and further described on Exhibit A, attached here to operate a cell phone tower facility subject to the conditions as follows. There's a number of conditions under the license.
Okay, anything else you guys want? Would you like to say something? This is our new land management person. He just started, so this is his first time before the commission. So
Is this for me?
don't worry, I was there too.
It's nice to meet you all. My name is Andrew Sante and I'm with Land Management.
Weekend is on, but.
Yeah, if the Commissioners have any questions, technical questions with regards to the
Chair, I have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
I could. On number 3, it says the licensee will include any back payments owed from current license. Do we know what that amount is?
do we have any number on that, Andrew?
I believe right now they're current with their payments. It's just a provision just in case for the transition.
Very good, good point. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Question?
Question?
How do you figure the amount for the 10-year term based on 40,000?
That was done by a disinterested appraiser that had come up with that number. It wasn't a department that did that. We had commissioned an appraiser, a disinterested appraiser that had come up with that amount.
You know what the appraiser are based on?
Remember what the appraiser?
I'm not sure.
It's a 10-year period, yeah?
Yeah.
And so for the 10-year period, it's 40,000?
No, it'll have step up. So if you look at it further, on the 4th, 7th, 10, 13, and 16, if it extends beyond the 10-year initial term, the rents will go up from 40,000.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Leakey.
Yeah, just a quick question, Andrew. What is the elevation of this tower?
I believe it's stayed as an 80-foot one-pole tower.
Thank you. Okay.
Any other question? Not, is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you. Skipping F2, right? Item number F3. LMD seeking the approval issuance of a right of entry permit to Hui Aloha Pu'ukapu Waimea on the island of Hawaii The TMK is listed on the submittal. With me today, I have another new land agent with us, Ashley Sabano, who had drafted this submittal up for us and for the commission to review and approve. Again, the Hawaiian Homes Commission, LMD is seeking that the Hawaiian Homes Commission grant its approval to the issuance of a right of entry permit covering approximately 60 acres, subject area as described below, to reduce the risk of wildfire and protect the community's health and safety. Approval and issuance of this right of entry permit shall be subject to the conditions as noted in the submittal.
Any questions?
We have some people on with you. Oh, that's them.
Yeah.
Them now.
Let me add too, with this, I know in the subject letter under Exhibit C, I believe, as listed, or Exhibit B, the Hui had asked for several other TMKs. We want to move forward with the TMKs as listed here, and in the event that we need to amend the right of entry to add those specific TMKs that they're asking for. We just ask for your approval for this specific TMKs right now.
There's 3 of them, yeah?
Yeah, 3 of them right now. And if any of those, I'm not sure who's available, but I see one person that wants to chime in.
Okay, would they like to testify? Who's,
yeah, her. Commissioner jump in on there.
Oh, Kalikina.
Commissioner Kalikina. No, I was Commissioner. Oh, Commissioner Freitas.
You guys hear me?
Yes, can.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to say thank you for putting this together. This is a big deal. Been in contact with this homestead over the last year or so. The importance of fire mitigation, especially with the recent wildfires they had, flood issues. I think giving them access to these lots can definitely help them obtain the goal they're trying to obtain. So just want to say thank you again for putting together full support of it.
Thank you to staff also.
Okay, Kalikina.
I thank you, I'm the operations manager for Hawaiian. And I might not have heard kind of correctly, but are we requesting just the 3 that's listed in the current request, or are you asking for the 2 additional TMKs that are actually listed in our original request letter?
I had advised the commission that we're going to go with the first 3 that is written in the submittal, and then work with you guys to amend the right of entry after to include those 2 other properties.
Okay. There's no way to be able to accept all 5 at this point, as this part is of our original request letter.
As it is written, we only got the 3, so unless you guys want to wait another month before we add the other 2, and go that way.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you. If anybody has questions, please don't hesitate to ask.
Chair.
Commissioner Nevis.
Just a question about those additional TMKs. Is this going to make it more difficult for you to operate in the area without those TMKs? I see some nodding. Yeah.
I'm going to take that on as well, and so she can answer as well. But actually, those 2 are the lots that we would probably utilize the most. In our goals for our nonprofit is to protect the critical infrastructure, and so one of the TMKs that are missing is water tank 2, which we were hoping to graze around, and then the 200-acre lot that is DHL unencumbered lot as well. That's on the Waikoloa Mauna Kea side of the Pukapu subdivision, which is where a lot of the fires come from. And so those 2 are actually pretty critical to the work we're going to do. But as long as there's movement forward, we're not going to try to stop them. Obviously we want to move forward and get the ROE as soon as possible. But we would be working
on those documents before action is taken in case you guys are really approving now, because we do have limited right of entries right now to the ones that you are approving today.
Okay, you know, yeah, it makes sense to me. I mean, the fire protection, prevention is very important. I appreciate what you're doing and the challenge you're taking on. And I'm sure the department will work with you quickly to try to get those other ones added. Hopefully, the next commission meeting we can add in those, so we don't delay this project. Yep. Thank you, Chair.
We can do a limited entry. Yes. That's what happens.
Okay.
Any other question? We have Mahia. We have Kealani. Would you like to say something?
Me? Did you say Mahana? Mahana.
Oh, Mahana. Yeah. Yes, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just here, I could be support to Kahikina or answer any other questions, so I'm good, Mahalo.
Thank you. Any other questions, commissioners? If not, entertain a motion.
So moved.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries.
Mahalo, commissioners.
Thank you.
Okay, the next agenda item, G1, declare finding no significant impact for the Echo Beach Homestead Master Plan. Andrew Chuck. G1.
Hello, Commissioners. Andrew Choi, Planning Program Manager. The recommended action motion for item G1 is that the Hawaiian Homes Commission issue a finding of no significant impact declaration based on the final environmental assessment for the GHL Echo Beach Homestead Project of the Beach District of Ewa, Island of Oahu. The TNK is listed in the submittal. With me today, I have Melissa May, who is with SSFM International. They have been our prime consultant on this effort. She will cover the technical aspects of the presentation. I'll just do a couple of quick slides on the background of how we got to this point.
Mike, is this me or you?
Okay, thanks. Okay, next slide.
Stand by.
So these are the topics we're going to cover with you today, Commission, in hopes to provide enough information to take action on this agenda, on this item. Next slide. So the purpose of the project was to provide residential homesteads to Oahu waitlist beneficiaries, create a thriving homestead community in Ewa Beach that honors culture, environment, and sense of place, and involve our beneficiaries, both lessees and waitlist applicants, in envisioning and shaping this future homestead community. Next slide. So just a couple quick slides on the background. In 1995, the U.S. Congress passed the Hawaiian Homelands Recovery Act. The act was passed to compensate the department for the military's use of Hawaiian homelands in Lulele and Wainuatu. The HHLRA requires the federal government to give the department first dibs, or the first right of refusal, on federal lands in the state if the federal government no longer needs those properties. Next slide. In 2020, the federal government notified the department that it no longer needed its Pacific Tsunami Warning Center, which is the property that is on the map right now. In 2020, after doing due diligence over a course of a couple months and presenting that information to the Commission approved acceptance of acquiring the property through the Hawaiian Homelands Recovery Act. So in essence, the department acquired this property without the use of trust or state resources through the federal act. In 2021, the conveyance of the property to the department was completed, and in 2022, the department started to initiate master planning of the property, which is the effort that we're bringing before you today. And I'll pass it to Melissa for the rest of the background and technical information.
Thanks, Andrew. Commissioners. So a little bit of background, I'll run through. We did present the draft EA in September, and so I'll run through what you've already heard pretty quickly, and then talk about what's changed in the final. So the project site is about 80 acres in Eva Beach, as you can see, bounded by North Road to the northeast and northwest rather, and Fort Weaver Road to the south. And it kind of wraps around the USGS Magnetic Observatory site, which is still operating. South are the primarily residential uses, and the golf club is to the east. And then the neighborhood is generally single-family homes and low-rise apartments to the west. Next slide. So, as Andrew mentioned, we want to use this site to provide Homestead Lease awards to beneficiaries in a timely manner and involving beneficiaries and other stakeholders in identifying the land uses for this community. So, we also sought to align this community wherever possible with existing county and community vision and plans for the area. Next slide. So the tasks we undertook include an infrastructure analysis, a master planning effort, environmental compliance, including Chapter 343 Draft EA, and today we're presenting the final EA, and then we've also been working on federal HUD and legal compliance. And then throughout, we conducted community and beneficiary engagement. Next slide. So it started in mid-2022, and you can see we are near the end of the process now, and there's been multiple beneficiary and community meetings, which I'll go to in the next slide. So we have 3 completed Hawaiian Homes Commission presentations previously in 2022, last year, and then in September. And then this is our final scheduled presentation, and we also completed 3 beneficiary consultations, one when the project first kicked off in 2022, one in April of this year, and then the third one in November, once the draft EA had been completed and the comment period that was completed. We gave beneficiaries another opportunity to comment. We did a mail-out beneficiary survey to along the residential list. We received 1,300 responses and used those to develop preferences to be used in the master plan. We also did 2 community meetings, one in January of 2023 and one in October of this year, around the release of the draft EA. And we've been keeping the Kapolei Homestead Leaders Group apprised as well throughout the project and met with them early on. We've done 3 neighborhood board presentations and 3 town hall meetings with Senator Favela as well. Next slide. Okay. So we heard from beneficiaries throughout the consultation and the survey that the preference was for single-family homes. There was also interest in some low-rise multifamily, just to provide more opportunities for homes in this area, and some rent for option to purchase and component housing. There was interest for those as well. People were interested in community use facilities for gatherings and events, walking and biking paths, and they were concerned about making sure there were connections to roads, to North Road and Fort Weaver, and making sure that the connections had traffic calming on them to make them safer. Next slide. And these are all the technical studies that we conducted. So we looked at hazardous materials and potential for unexploded ordnance, which was not found. We did topographic and biological surveys, infrastructure analysis, archaeological literature review and field investigation, cultural impact assessment, traffic study, and we also did a study on sea level rise and coastal hazards. Next slide. So this slide shows the final proposed action. It's not entirely legible there, but the table on the left shows the breakdown of the acreage for each land use. So it's mainly residential single family, in keeping with preferences we heard, and then residential multifamily. There's a couple areas of that as well, and just some community use. The Mackay part of the site, if we go to the next slide, you can see that it's subject to flooding, and it's also within the sea level rise exposure area. And so this was a topic of discussion throughout the alternatives development. People were really concerned about these impacts, and we talked about different levels of risk tolerance to take in coming up with the land use plan. And people generally felt that with the 100-year homestead lease plus the 99-year homestead lease plus the 100-year extension, that it wasn't appropriate to take that kind of risk of developing in those areas. given the potential for 3.2 or more feet of sealable res by 2100. So basically this site plan reflects low intensity or no uses in those high risk areas. So those areas can be used for drainage, for stewardship, for community agriculture, and other uses that are not as sensitive to those risks. Next slide. So some of the community concerns we heard throughout the process, traffic and access were big, just the commute times and the congestion. People wanted to make sure that all the traffic wasn't just going to go out into Fort Weaver. There was also connections to North Road, so we looked at mitigations for that and adding alternate routes and connectivity. Also just getting to school and being able to accommodate the increase in school children was a big topic. And then people were also concerned about the proximity of the shooting range and the noise and other impacts associated with that. Next slide. So we also talked a lot about stormwater and drainage because people noted that the site already has a drainage issues. So, but a lot of people we heard beneficiaries part of the process. They saw that these existing concerns were valid, but didn't feel that DHHL should be responsible for addressing the long-standing community concerns in this area. And then, as I mentioned, people were concerned about the flooding and sealable res as well, and they just wanted different housing and rental options that included nice landscaping and design elements, and a lot of people were concerned about whether the site was going to be raised and there would be a big wall or a transition, between the site and the surrounding area. Next slide. So some of the comments we received dealt with infrastructure, so the need for a new sewer main, additional stormwater and drainage retention capacity, the water demand for the area, and just general permits compliance with those systems, roads and traffic to make sure that traffic conflicts are minimized and that the impact of construction is mitigated, safety improvements, and internal roadways and connections. Next slide. Some of the comments also dealt with wanting to include more information on the training, the shooting range nearby, the range training facility, to let beneficiaries know of the potential noise impacts. There's community groups that are advocating for the relocation of it, so they were wanting to reflect those efforts in the EA. Community was also interested in having recreation areas that were accessible to the greater community, and areas to exercise Native Hawaiian cultural practices. So those are some of the highlights and comments we received. Next slide. And so the EA did include specific mitigation measures related to construction, which are the pretty standard best management practices for that. Stormwater retention, so we made sure that the drainage area is sized to accommodate all drainage on site. Adapting development for resilience to coastal hazards, providing alternate routes for evacuation and vehicle access, and improvements to one intersection to mitigate traffic impacts that were identified. Okay, next slide. So there were some changes to verbiage around permits and approvals in accordance with some of the agency comments, just to make sure that it lined up with their requirements. And there was some updates on one of the figures from the Parks Department, just for accuracy. Next slide. So this is the schedule that we went through. So it was published in September, the draft EA. There was a 30-day public comment period, followed by beneficiary meeting 3 in November, and today we are here to request the Commission's approval and issuance of the finding of no significant impact. And so if that's issued, then we anticipate publishing the FONSI in January and completing the last of the federal environmental review requirements. And that's it. Thank you. Let me know if you have any questions.
Okay, any questions, Commissioners?
Oh,
Mike, Leakey?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Andrew and Melissa. Very, very good report. This environmental assessment. Thank you so much on the work on this. I had like a side question. Maybe Andrew you can help me. So I was looking at the map, and you were earlier speaking about the property to item C1, the donation. Is it like right across from the golf course to this project?
Unfortunately, at this time, Commissioner, I will have to get back to you on where this property is in relation to the property proposed in C1. But that's something that we can provide to you tomorrow.
Yeah. It's not urgent, it's just I was curious, because there's a South Course River and there's a golf course there, so just curious. Thank you.
Any other questions? If not, I'd like to entertain a motion to accept this.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carried. Thank you. Good job.
And sorry, I just wanted to say thank you to Legal Akimo, O'Connell, and William Cox. They played an extremely good role in this project, and it wouldn't have happened without them. So.
Thank you. Okay, next item. G2, approval to proceed to beneficiary consultation for proposed administrative rule amendment to establish a priority waitlist for applicants with a connection to a place. Andrew Joy.
Commissioners, item G2, the recommended motion action of the Commission is that the Hawaiian Homes Commission, let me flip my binder. That the Hawaiian Home Commission grant its approval to proceed to beneficiary consultation for a proposed new administrative rule to establish a priority wait list for applicants with a connection to a place. With me today, I have Julie Pachola, and I would like to introduce Ku'u'ua Kiuna to the Commission. Ku'u'ua has been with the department for almost a year. January makes 1 year for her. She's the department's cultural resource specialist, and finally glad to have an opportunity to have her come to you and present. Prior to coming to the department, Ku'u'ua worked for the State Historic Preservation Division, and she helped craft and author some of their administrative rules there. She also possesses a JD from the UH William Richardson School of Law. And Julia and I just are regular people, so bear with us.
That's okay. We won't hold
We're going to go through a couple slides to give you more context about the request today. Next slide. So commissioners, over the last 4 years, the department has engaged in homestead planning processes with our beneficiaries in several rural areas across the state. Hualupu'e, Anuaka'i, Kenai, Wailua, and Waipu in East Maui, and as well as Kings Landing in Iwo. Some of the common characteristics of these areas, even though each area possesses its own unique characteristics, unique history, and unique traditions, some of the common characteristics that staff have observed through these processes is that these tracts are generally isolated or removed from urban centers. The lifestyles of the residents in the surrounding areas include a substantial amount of subsistence living. The population that surrounds these areas is predominantly native Hawaiian, much of whom also consists of our beneficiary class. Traditional and customary practices are not only valued but frequently practiced in these areas, and it's critical to the well-being of these communities. And that multiple generations of Hawaiians have lived in these areas successfully because of the knowledge they possessed based upon these practices and traditions that they have carried on for generations. I'm gonna pass it to Julie now.
You know, these communities are what called cultural kipuka. You know, the kipuka concept where you have the lava flow coming down and for some reason it goes around an area and it preserves it in place. All around it is barren lava, but that one place that was spared is like an oasis. Everything is intact, and that is where the new growth starts to take place. And from these cultural kipuka, these communities have maintained their cultural identity, and they're like a cultural kipuka, and it's actually ironic because that's what makes them so valuable. That's why, you know, they're clinging on to the land there. So the cultural kipuka is an important concept for us to look at. Beneficiaries from these rural communities, it was interesting, it was a spontaneous thing. Everywhere we went, the communities were asking us the same thing. They wanted to have some kind of preference for beneficiaries that have connection to that place. And it wasn't just one community, it was all these communities that we're doing planning for, they all came up with the same thing at the same time. It's like an idea whose time has come. That's what it told us. So what they're looking at is, you know, we have preference right now in our list. And our preference policy is for people, for beneficiaries who have good credit and money in the bank, good income. That is our preference policy. What this preference policy does is it recognizes familiar family connections, ohana. It recognizes social networks. It recognizes that if you know these lands, you are likely to be more successful as, say, a subsistence ag farmer or a kuleana homestead lessee. And so just as your financial qualifications will make you more likely to be successful as a residential lessee, these connections to place would give you more, you're more likely to be successful as cultivating the land or in a kuleana situation. A preference for existing residents and lineal descendants recognizes the value of generational knowledge and local knowledge. It recognizes the value of local expertise, right? Hawaiians are intrinsically connected to place, to land, and so it recognizes this. The beneficiary who's born and raised in an area, who comes from a line of descendants from the area, who also lived in the area, the ancestors, will be more likely to be successful. So the other thing that it does is it recognizes that our connection to place is an essential part of our identity. It's part of who we are. This gives us firm identity. Our contributions in life, our contributions to our community, it's like the beneficiary who's grounded in place is the one we want to be there, is the one we want to give preference to for a 99-year lease, because this beneficiary understands, well, actually this beneficiary saw this place in abundance. It's like we saw how the streams were supposed to be flowing. They're dry right now, but we remember how that looked and what that meant and how that abundance took place. When these beneficiaries come in and they plant their stake, they plant deep. There's already a sense of kuleana, of responsibility to the resources of the place. And this is really important, as we know, in these times of sustainability and resilience. We need to understand how to manage our resources properly. So we say that Hawaiians are connected to land, but actually I would submit that Hawaiians are connected to place. Because, like, I'm born and raised in Waianae, and I like to go fishing. And I'm a decent fisherwoman, but just because I can fish in Waianae doesn't mean that I can fish in Kenai or that I can fish in Kings Landing. It's really knowledge of place that makes the difference in terms of that kind of information. So the more I know about a place, the more I increase my chances of success. And if my knowledge is informed by my grandparents, who were informed by their grandparents, now I am tapping into observational data that goes back for hundreds of years. That's what I can do now if I'm part of that place, if I'm a lineal descendant of that place. I don't know if you folks, I've traveled all around the state. And my kulaiwi, okay, I'm going to introduce kulaiwi now. Kulaiwi is the concept of where your ancestors are buried. So my kulaiwi, my grandfather and father is buried in Kohala. And when I go to Kohala, I have a sense of entitlement. I know what to do with the land there. I know how it's supposed to be. But even before that, if I go further back in my genealogy, now I'm in Maui, right? And now and on the east side of Maui, and I feel a sense of, that's why I'm the Maui liaison, because I feel that I have that much more insight about this place, because my heritage, my line goes back there. So this is a concept of kulaiwi when it gets deep, when you have this kind of connection to place. It's the where your ancestors put their blood, sweat, and tears in the land, and where they're buried, and where their mana is still there that gives rise to your success. So, okay. If we're going to give a preference at all, let's give preference to someone from the place. Let's help these cultural kipuka communities out. They're trying desperately to keep their culture in place. Oh, and another thing, like, if I'm from a place, then I know you are from the place, we're friends. Now I have somebody to work with. You have kids, I have kids, now our kids are friends, right? It's a natural grouping of people to work to protect these lands, to protect lifestyle, to protect community. So there's a natural kind of cadre working relationships. And you know how, if you go wrong, remember when we small kid time, and like by the time you come home, like your mother and father already knows what you did. It's that kind of thing where the community knows. And so there's an added kind of, ethic kind of thing of how you want to behave in that community. So for these are the why. I was supposed to discuss the why is this important? Why is this administrative rule important at this time? Andrew's gonna go next.
Next slide. And I just wanted to emphasize, Commission, that we kind of just summarized what we heard from our conversations with the community, but a more thorough record of what was said is contained in your packet in Exhibit A. So those are the actual comments that the department has heard on this matter previously from people in these communities. And then this next couple slides, I just want to go over a quick history of the wait list. So this proposed rule that we're seeking the Commission's approval on to talk story more with our beneficiaries and beneficiary consultation. This isn't the first time that the waitlist rules were amended. Anyway, the waitlist was first established by rule in 1963. So actually, we're celebrating almost 61 years of the waitlist. Prior to the waitlist, prior to that rule, there was no waitlist. The original waitlist rules actually ranked applicants in order by their blood quantum. So if you had a higher quantum, you were ranked higher on the waitlist than those with lower blood quantums. As time progressed, I bet folks thought that's not right. We should maybe change it. So in 1972, the rule was amended to the current Department protocol ranking applicants by the date of completed application. In your packet, there's a list of other instances in which the wait list rule was amended over time. It was between this 1970 to 2004. 2004 was the last time the wait list was amended. 10-3-7 is priority and preference for award of leases. That section identifies a preference to award leases to applicants who are not holding another lease or whose spouse is not holding another lease. So an applicant who is a lessee or whose spouse is a lessee is placed on a deferred status until all applicants have been offered a lot. Section 10-3-11 established the Lanai wait list. The Lanai wait list was new, but it also gave preference for those on Lanai or who are residents of Lanai preference to receive a Homestead award, starting with Kupuna, who are considered priority 1, and priority 2 were Lanai residents who are under the age of 62 and who are descendants of Lanai ancestors ranked by earliest source document and then by age. Priority 3 were applicants who did not meet priority 1 and 2 criteria ranked by date of completed application. Section 10-3-22, the award of lessees with outstanding indebtedness. Julie referred to this one. This is what we are more familiar with as financial qualifications. So if you are financially qualified, you will receive an award for lots that require financing. Section 10-3-24 refers to agricultural and pastoral leases on the island of Oahu. Because of the limited lands on the island of Oahu, at the time awards are made, subsection E states that due to the shortage of agricultural lands on the island of Oahu, an award of an agricultural lot on Oahu shall be made to an applicants who are residing on the island of Oahu at the time of application. It further stipulates that a lessee of an agricultural lot on Oahu is not allowed to hold any other homestead lease. So these are other instances in which the waitlist rule was amended to provide some type of preference depending on the policy perspective at the time. Next slide. So who is actually going to walk us through the proposed rule amendment?
Hello, couple. Next slide, please. So in 1850, the Kuleana Act was introduced, and it introduces a private land ownership system in Hawaii, which previously did not exist, and has enabled Hawaiian Maka'ainana Hawaiian commoners to acquire feasible title to land. In the granting of land under the Kuleana Act, it came with the responsibility to respect and care for the land, which meant that whoever had the land needed to be a wise steward of it. And this is the overriding principle for the development of the Kuleana Lease program for DHHL. This program does afford beneficiaries immediate access to land with minimized infrastructure costs to the department, and also allows use of lands that would otherwise remain undeveloped. Additionally, this helps to empower and engage beneficiaries with higher levels of individual and communal responsibilities. So like Julie said, our kipuka, they really house these natural communities and that aspect of communal living. And so these lessees who agree to a Kuleana lot, they do have to be participants and active members in their Kuleana Homestead Association. And they also accept the lot in its as-is condition with no expectation of additional improvements. So the rule amendment we're proposing today would only apply to Kuleana homesteads and would not apply to areas that do not have Kuleana homesteads. Next slide, please. So a major component of the rule amendment is verifying connection to wahi or to place. So there are 3 avenues to achieving this. The first would be whether the beneficiary themselves are a current or previous resident of the wahi. Option 2 is if they are a lineal descendant of that wahi, like Julie explained, growing up in Waianae but having ties back to Kohala and understanding that environment. And then option 3 is if you cannot meet option 1 or 2, but you do have a familial relationship that is a familiar relationship with the current resident of the wahi. So for that, we took the general definition of resident that's used to mean any person who is either your grandparent, your sister, your children, or what have you. So that or any descendancy or any type of familiar relationship, it can be lateral as well to answer uncles. Next slide, please. So this is an overview of the proposed rule amendment, and it just gives you a visual aid to what we proposed. So it starts with publishing the MPA, the final environmental assessment for that area. Upon the publishing of that, the DHHL will provide notice to folks that are on that island wait list that we are opening up applications for this priority island wait list. So from there, to be eligible, you would fall under one of three options, and that was the three ways to verify your connection to Bahi that we just went over. So the first would be establishing if you are a current or former resident of that area, and we do provide pieces of proof that you could provide to the department to verify that. And then if you don't fall under that option one, then you would prove a familial connection, which houses options 2 and 3. So option 2 is proving your own lineal descendancy, and there's a list of materials that you can provide to the department. And then you can't prove lineal descendancy, but you can prove that you have a familial connection to a current resident. Then we also provide the 2-step process there, which is first verifying that your family member is a resident themselves, and then 2, proving your connection to that resident. And we did reserve an option under each of these pieces of material that you can provide any kind of information that would verify your claim, even if it's not a marriage certificate, birth certificate, tax record, bank conveyance document. And then subsequently, the department will verify that information and let you know of your eligibility to be on this new priority wait list. And from there, the awards would go out. So applicants that are registered on their list that have accepted a Kuleana award through this priority list, it will be presumed that you would transfer their existing application to the respective item wait list, and upon this award approval, their Kuleana application will be canceled. And then if priority award list is exhausted, but there's still remaining lots to award, then the respective item wait list will be utilized to award the remaining lots. But if all the lots have been awarded and there's still applicants on the priority wait list, then those remaining applicants will return to their respective item wait list in their original order, ranked by date of application. Next slide, please.
So this slide just kind of summarizes where this rule would apply and the number of lots in each of these areas, so the number of planned lots in each of these areas. Just wanted to point out in Wakiu, it's a mix of Kuleana Homestead lots, residential lots, and subsistence agriculture lots. So this is where the new rule would apply where we're planning new Kuleana Homestead lots. Next slide. So next steps in the rulemaking process. Next slide. So this diagram is an overview of the overall steps that the department will need to go through to complete the rulemaking process. Today, we are seeking the Commission's approval to go out to beneficiary consultation. Just a quick overview of the process. The boxes with the triangles over them are opportunities for beneficiaries to opine in this process. And the stars indicate points in the process where we'll be coming back to the Commission for some type of approval. The beneficiary consultation process, one of the things that I heard shortly after we published this Commission packet is that there are a couple beneficiaries that said, please don't rush through the beneficiary consultation. We want to make sure that all applicants on the wait list have an opportunity to give their manako on this proposed rule amendment, because it can and could and will affect applicants on the wait list. So they caution the department to make sure that our beneficiary consultation is not rushed and that we make every effort possible to reach out to all applicants on the wait list so that they have an opportunity to participate. in this rulemaking process and share their manako. The second thing I heard shortly after the packet got published was that in addition to reaching out to the Legislative Reference Bureau, or LRB, the AG's office, and the Small Business Regulatory Review Board, was that the department ought to also reach out to the Department of Interior just to make sure that we're consistent with the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act in the making of this rule. So I thought that was good manako, and we will make an effort to reach out to the Department of Interior to just get their feedback in this process. Next slide. I know this is a lot of small text and small words, but the slide just really kind of has the steps that were in the last diagram and puts dates to these steps. So in previous department rulemaking efforts, rulemaking usually took 18 to 24 months. But because of the strong leadership that we have now, we were urged to try to go a little faster. So we're trying to fit it in with a year, but we do want to make sure that we make adequate opportunities for our beneficiaries to participate in the rulemaking process and get their manako on this. So we're starting, we hope with the Commission's approval today to start the rulemaking process, and we're projected to finish in perhaps first quarter of 2026. That's our presentation.
Any questions, Commissioner? Commissioner Nevis?
Yeah, thanks for the presentation, and your team. Just for clarification, on the Lanai Awards, is it true that I think Murdoch was one that gave up that land when he was in charge of that area, that one of the requirements was to do it to be on the Lanai first? I keep hearing that, and I don't know if that is true or not, but it wasn't mentioned here. I just want to make sure that's correct.
I can't verify whether or not that was a requirement of the land transfer to the department. I do know that the land transfer occurred under the the 16,000 acre settlement that was approved by the state in the mid-90s. Only thing I can confirm is that Lanai beneficiaries strongly wanted those Lanai lands to go to Lanai residents first, or Lanai beneficiaries first.
On that, can you explain the difference in a familiar connection where it says, or the applicant having a family member that is a current resident of Hawaii where the award is being made, and the relative which has a blood relation? Isn't that the same?
Yes.
So, we're saying it twice.
Yeah, so we're saying it twice mainly because in Hawaii we do recognize things like hanai relationships, right? So this would be, it has to be the blood relationship here.
Okay, so when you say familiar relationship, that is the hanai relationship. The blood relationship, so it is separate.
Yes.
I think I'd just say hanai relationship. That makes it easier because you're saying the same thing over and over, just not to confuse it.
Okay.
So when you go to beneficiary consultation, if you're hanai, this is what that means under this familiar connection, and if you're relative, it's blood.
Thank you. That's a great clarifying comment.
So some of the concerns I have, when it says under resident, verify his or her residency acceptable to the department, what does that mean? What would be acceptable proofs of residency?
I'll start and then who can finish. It would be like a photo identification that has your name and address, other types of like electricity bill, other things that prove your residency. Who did you want to add?
No, that pretty much sums it up. I will say that we did talk to HSD about this, and so the reason why we limited that language there is so that they can just use what they have to verify the claim. that they would typically use when they verify beneficiaries online for money.
So yeah, we wanted to make sure that beneficiaries could use materials that they had previously submitted to the Homestead Services Department in their original application.
Verifiable residence, some form of verifiable, a PO box, but I live in town.
Yeah.
I just want, because you're gonna get that. So when we start talking about these things, beneficiaries, they need to know, what do you mean? I don't have a house, but I have a PO box.
That's a good point.
One thing I'm a little concerned about is on the, and I agree, Julie, what you said about place. It does make sense, okay? But on the actual proposed draft for awards, is that for places where you have an area waiting list exists, awards shall be made first. Now, I applied 1974, and I have an award for a specific place. Shortly after that, we eliminated that place award, and we put people on waiting lists. Although people wanted place, what I'm suggesting that is that those people that are on the waiting list, island waiting list, that they be screened first for a place. Otherwise, you've created a rule to take them out of place and have other people step into place.
The area list refers to Lease that area list for certificates.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, we've eliminated
been incorporated into
the specific place list. Okay. For instance, in Anahola, I'm on the Anahola waiting list. Shortly after that, I applied 74, somewhere around the 80s or something. We said, okay, we're not going to do place lists anymore. Everybody has to go to island.
Can I ask one to try and opine on the area waiting list and their current existence?
Yes, sir. You're correct, Commissioner. At one point in time, and I can't tell you when it was cut off, but there were area lists established. But as Andrew testified, there were decisions made by the department that there may have been some sort of inequality, or there was a decision to eliminate new applicants coming in from putting their names in those existing area lists. Yes. Those area lists, there are some area lists that still exist and it hasn't been yet exhausted. So those that remain on those area lists will have preference if homestead lease awards are located in that area. But new applicants coming on, for example, today, they'll be placed on the island-wide respective list. If they apply for a residence here on Oahu, they'll be placed on the island-wide for Oahu. And likewise, if they apply for residence on Maui, they'll be placed on the island-wide list for.
I understand that. What I'm saying is, and I believe the reason this was changed, and correct me if I'm wrong, had something to do with Maui. We were doing a lot of building. And people were on a specific list for a certain area going, hey, all these guys are getting houses, I'm not. So they said, okay, we're going to go to item-wide list, so you'll be included in awards. But what I'm saying is you're creating a situation where you're giving somebody a priority list where someone wanted to be on that location list. So all I'm saying is, it's okay to do it, but you need to give those people on the island list the opportunity to now say, I want Anahola, before we give the priority.
We're honoring the area wait list, right? So if there's an area wait list for Waimanalo and we're doing awards in Waimanalo, they would go first.
But understand what I'm saying. We're talking about an island-wide wait list. So I applied in listen please, island-wide wait list. The priority goes before the island-wide wait list. Some of the people on the island-wide wait list were not allowed to put in for a specific area. So what I'm saying, before we do this priority, they should be offered the opportunity to get into that specific area wait list first.
Thank you for that, Honorable Commissioner. I think perhaps we could have done a better job in our presentation. What we're proposing is that once the department has finished an environmental assessment in an area where we're contemplating Kuleana Homestead awards in like a remote rural area where infrastructure will be limited, once that is complete, what we're proposing is that we will notify all the applicants on that particular island-wide wait list of the opportunity to apply to be on the priority list so that they can turn in their pala to show their connection to place.
Okay, that makes more sense, because that wasn't clear. I just want to make sure it's clear.
No,
I have a revolution.
I appreciate the question. It will help us to better communicate when we go to.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that whatever we're going to put out there is clear. I'm speaking from experience. I'm speaking on behalf of my beneficiaries because I know we get out there and go, hey, what happened? I've been on the list for a while. All of a sudden you have this priority list and I got bypassed. So I know my list. We've got a Kuleana. All you guys prove your place. A lot of different ways to prove that. Get on the priority list. We move forward.
Yes.
Let's see, I don't think I had any other questions. I think I grilled you as much as I could, but thank you.
Chair,
I had one question.
when they go onto the priority list, how will they be listed? Chronological order?
Date of application.
My question was, I saw that for Hana you had like 200 something homes, but for Kenai was to be determined. What was that?
The people in Hana and Kenai were so.
That's what I'm asking. Kenai and Wailua.
Oh, sorry.
Kenai, Wailua, yeah.
We're so adamant about this rule change that when we could not produce a rule change while we were doing this planning process, they decided not to participate in the planning process until such time that this rule change was in place, where they could guarantee that reference.
Any other questions? So just for clarification on my side, the island-wide list, for example, Maui, you have the existing island-wide waiting list, right? Make an application. So if we were doing Hana, we would go first to the island waiting list, and those people on there, if they could prove a connection to that particular area, then they would get.
Yeah, so the key would be whether it's an agricultural lot, which would go to the ag wait list versus a residential restaurant. That would be to the island-wide respective list.
Yes, we would notify the applicants on the island-wide wait list of this opportunity for this particular remote rural area.
So I noticed we're looking at the first quarter of 2026. That's a ways off before we complete the process. So unfortunately, I think we might have people passing away before that. That's why, for me, it's a real priority moving this thing along. And so one of the things that I'm going to throw out there is that we do have the governor's emergency proclamation. We could maybe fast track this so that we get it in place a lot quicker. Not to circumvent it, but to move it along so we get people on the service. So that's something I want to throw out there, and I don't know what you guys' thoughts are about that.
To include it in the consultation.
I would probably confer with our Attorney General's office on the matter, but yeah, it's definitely an idea. I mean, we know the urgency of this, but we also want to respect and gave opportunity to beneficiaries to opine on this matter because it is an important matter. It is the wait list. So we want to balance the two, but we will look at every way to speed it up, but also preserve our beneficiaries' opportunity to share their time.
Okay, sounds good. Any other questions? Commissioner Nevis?
And Andrew, I'm not sure of the process when you start doing your beneficiary consultation, but maybe constantly publishing this on the website and just complete a beneficiary consultation. Here's the comments we've got. So we get more people involved. What I'm concerned about is people not getting involved and coming back later and saying, what are you doing? If we can communicate this on our website, we just did, and this is what it's about. Okay, now we're going to another location. People are it's gonna generate something larger to get more voices. I see that's the only way we can get it fast track. I don't like fast track because you're gonna miss people. But the more we can get it out, I don't care, paper, articles, whatever it takes, communicate. The more communication we can get, I think the faster we can move.
Thank you for that. And then what was previous practice by the department, by the previous rulemaker, was that we did make a website specific to the administrative rules so that we could post all the meetings that we had, post all the comments that we received. So we'll continue that practice.
Yeah, and if we can reach out to all of our associations and say, look, this is important. There's a website, bring it up to your meetings, get it out with your folks, go to the meetings, talk about it. Let's get all the analysis as we move forward. We're more comfortable with making these changes.
That's good, yeah.
Yeah, and also add that the full draft of the proposed rule amendment is included. So they can look at it now. And so if they want to comment or whatever, they have an opportunity. It's not like we're going to spring it on them and at the last minute we're going to have all these restrictions or thresholds that they have to get over. So we will do that, publicize, as well as go out to the communities and try to maybe have good concurrence in different locations. Any other questions? If not, do you have any? Oh, we got a bunch of, okay, we're getting public input here. Coral, Stackenberg.
I don't see that one, so we go to the next one.
Go to the next one. Aina, you on it?
Hello. I'm clicking. Okay. Aloha my kako commissioners. My name is Aina Aloha Ioane. I was born at Waika'alulu Bay on DHL lands, also known as King's Landing. I was raised by the Maha community in the village of King's Landing. The Ioane Ohana are 5 generations of Native Hawaiian beneficiaries who have accessed the land of King's Landing for subsistence fishing and 3 generations of subsistence residency. I am in support of item G2, and I would like to spend this time to mahalo nui, the planning department, to Andrew, Julie, and Yuli, of the planning department, for truly hearing the passion and dreams of the beneficiaries of Maha residing in King's Landing. When they came to King's Landing a year ago, they were very observant, very patient, and very brave. And they absorbed all of our dreams, our hopes, and also all of our fears. And the dreams that we have for our multi-generational Ohanas who have successfully stewarded, resided in, and raised their families on the Aina of King's Landing. Maha is eager and excited to engage in beneficiary consultation and support moving this amendment forward. Mahalo nui to commissioners and our Ohanas for making this historical discussion possible. Aloha.
Thank you very much. Let's see, Bud Filikani.
I don't think Bud's gonna make it.
Okay, how about Jermaine Myers?
Aloha Commissioners. For the record again, my name is Jermaine Myers, and I'm a Manakuli Hawaiian Homestead lessee. DHL should not change the administrative law to make a priority waitlist on top of the current waitlist. Everyone should be offered what's available, house or vacant lot, whether you have money or whether you're indigent. based on the current wait list. If you cannot afford the turnkey house being offered, wait for the vacant lot. If a vacant lot is being offered and you don't want to build your own home, then wait for the turnkey house offerings. Put out a kahea to all waitlisters on every island. How many of you are indigent or want to connect back to the land with a 2-acre vacant lot that have access to water, electricity, sewer, not into cesspools anymore? In the 2022 Strategic Plan of Act 279, created by Commissioners Neves and Commissioner Namuo that are currently on the commission, it highlights that 76% of waitlisters want a lot with a turnkey home or a vacant lot to put their own home. Vacant lots with no homes have always been a part of DHHL's history. On May 12, 1930, my grandmother, my mother's mom, was part of the original settlers of Nanakuli Homestead. She received a half-acre lot, no house. I don't know if they lived in a self-built shack or what. I do know eventually Grandma bought a used house from town and had them cut it in half and delivered it to her lot on flatbed trucks. Then they put it back together. Grandma said when I was born in 1967, it was her third house. My grandma was born and raised on Molokai Ho'olehua Molokai. She was born in 1912. Her mother, Mary Kekino, died when my grandmother was a young girl, so she was raised by her auntie. Eventually, she met my grandfather from Keawe, Hawaii. They settled in Nanakuli in 1930 when she was 18 years old. They were poor, indigent Native Hawaiians, but they were hard workers. My mother told me they got up early to pick up flowers from farmers in Nanakuli and Maili, crown flower, plumeria flower, and pakalana. Mom and her siblings sold lace before school so that Grandma would go to Chinatown and eventually airport to sell the lace. Grandma had cows, pigs, chickens, and cultivated fruit trees on her lot in Nanakuli. In 5 years, we will be celebrating 100 years of homesteading in Nanakuli with 6 generations of Native Hawaiians, descendants of one homestead lot. On May 16, 1939, my father's father, Grandpa Myers, got a half-acre lot in Nanakuli. My grandpa and his father built 2 little homes on the property, one home for my dad's sisters and the other home for my dad's and his brothers. They also had animals and fruit trees too. Grandpa's motto was, no work, no eat. Now we go to the store to buy food. Now the rest of society expects us to live in acceptable homes and apartments. Beneficiaries have always been open to vacant lots with utility hookups. Many of us used to have cesspools, no can have cesspools anymore. One cousin was part of a self-help in Waianae. He was a welder. He worked Monday through Fridays, long hours. But on the weekends, he and his wife joined others to build their homes next to Plantation, off of Plantation Road. Put up the kahea, make it possible for homesteaders to live in humble homes they can afford. Container homes, ADUs, RVs, but to live in their vehicle until they can afford to upgrade. Paradise is a mainland concept. When you hear priced out of paradise, it's not Kanaka concept. Mainland people call Hawaii paradise. We call Hawaii home. The high cost of living in Hawaii will require humble homes for many. Kia kopu, God bless all of you.
Any other comments or questions?
I totally support this beneficiary consultation. I appreciate the broad-mindedness of this administration and the staff. and of their full-on diligence that they are putting into this effort. As much as we are able to, we need to ensure that as many voices as possible are heard, because as we know, a lot of us moved to where the house was, to where the land was. And that's not just one generation, that's multiple generations. I come from Ka'u, but at this point in my life, I'm not sure that I want to go back to Ka'u, should that opportunity avail itself. I consider myself Kupa'aina Hawaiian. Meka Ukeiki, Meka Umopuna, no laila, Wai'anai, Imako Home. Regarding the list, as they have already stated and agreed to, that it will be the standard process of application. Date and time should be the priority after our age, after our blood quantum. It should be when did we apply? And then comes in the other peculiars, whether it be our ohana connection, whether it be our financial, whether it be our residential connection, as in not having any, because our people have died on the list. So we need to respect them and their descendants that hopefully hold their place from that time that they held on the list. So while we talk about creating these new lists, let us always remind ourselves that that comes after the last person that signed up the day before that list opened. There is no shortcuts. Because you cannot say from this point or that point, so like legislative law, we're gonna move forward. But you can't put somebody in front of the next guy when you had people waiting on the list before they even came on. And as we know, there are so many more beneficiaries that are eligible. And perhaps this will also increase the list. The more Chairman Watson, you succeed, the longer the list will be. Because we are multiplying. Thank
you very much. Okay. Any other questions or comments? Not, Chair will entertain a motion. Okay, it's been moved and second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carried. Thank you. Okay, next item. G3. Let's see. Thank you. Accept the beneficiary consultation report for the proposed process and procedure for the Hawaiian Commission representative of the East Maui Regional Community Board Water Authority. Approval of the proposed process and procedure and notification of the upcoming vacancy. Andrew?
Well, Commissioners, the recommended motion action for item G3 is that the Hawaiian Homes Commission accept this beneficiary consultation report as official public record of beneficiary input and feedback relative to the selection process for the Hawaiian Homes Commission's representative on the East Maui Regional Community Board. Number 2, that the Hawaiian Homes Commission approves the proposed selection process and procedure for the representative on the East Maui Regional Community Board. And lastly, that the department begins notification of the upcoming vacancy for the Commission's representative seat on the East Maui Regional Community Board. That's a mouthful, but we'll go through the submittal and the recommended motion action for your clarification. With me today, I have Dr. Jonathan Schroyer, who is the department's water policy consultant, who will take you through this presentation.
Hello, so if we were going for the award of the longest action title, I hope we received it. So, I'm going to go over 5 things, just some background on the overall East Maui water issues, then a report on the beneficiary consultation that was held, the proposed process that we're asking for your approval on, and the start of notification, and then we'll restate the recommended action that Andrew just paused for. So as you all might know, but just as a refresher, the East Maui irrigation system is this massive system of over 75 miles of tunnels, flumes, ditches, and other appurtenances that takes water at 4 different levels from East Maui and delivers it to upcountry and central Maui. It was developed starting in the 1870s, acquired by Alexander and Baldwin and held by them for decades, even though most of the water is generated off of Crown and Kingdom lands, now held by the state of Hawaii, not off of their private lands. In 2016, the last crop of sugar was harvested from the Hawaii commercial sugar plantation in central Maui. Subsequently, Alexander and Baldwin sold 41,000 acres to a new company called Mahipono, which is owned by a Canadian pension fund, a Crown Corporation, and a California agribusiness. And actually, it's one of the terms of sale for the $280 million transaction. Alexander and Baldwin promised that they would secure a long-term water lease from the state for at least 30 years, for at least 30 million gallons a day, or A&B will have to refund $62 million to Mahipono in the purchase price. They have been, as a consequence, seeking for many years a long-term 30-year water license from the state. If you go to the next slide. DHHL has multiple interests in this proposed water license, as well as many other proposed water licenses around the state. First and foremost, before the state of Hawaii is to issue any water license to any private entity, they're supposed to develop adequate reservations for DHHL's uses. And so we have a pending request for just under 11.5 million gallons a day of water to be providing water for our lands at Keokea, Waiokuli, upcountry, and Puleunui in central Maui. The Water Commission is the entity that rules on that request, and they've never actually fully granted that request, despite having filed that with them in 2020. In addition to our rights to water reservations, Native Hawaiian homestead beneficiaries may also exercise traditional and customary practices in the area that water is diverted from. A third provision, which is in the original Hawaiian Homes Commission Act and is also enshrined in the state constitution, that 30% of any revenue from water licenses is to go into the Native Hawaiian Rehabilitation Fund, which this commission uses to fund homesteading projects around the state. And finally, and I'll say a little bit more about this, in 2022, the voters of the County of Maui, and 64% of them, voted to create a new entity, an East Maui Water Authority, and for the first time ever for a water board anywhere in the Painaina, they specifically set aside a seat for a DHHL representative. Next slide. So that was in the November 2022 election. The East Maui Water Authority, which is the entity that will ideally, hopefully, own and manage this irrigation system, is governed by the East Maui Regional Community Board, also known as the Ahavai o Maui Hikina. Its mission is to acquire, manage, and control water collection and delivery systems in that area of East Maui, seeking it as an alternative to the state taking these public trust resources and issuing them to a private entity for 3 decades. As I mentioned, this is the first time, even though, for instance, this commission has advocated for at least a decade now that the Department of Hawaiian Homelands and the Hawaiian Homes Commission will have a seat on the State Water Commission every year for a decade. That effort has been successful. There's been efforts at times at the county level to see whether one of the county water board seats could be dedicated to Hawaiian Homestead beneficiary. For the first time, the charterman, which is adopted, set aside a seat for the Hawaiian Homes Commission. But that actually led to a number of things, including the need for this department and this body to say, okay, if we have a seat, how do we fulfill it? Do we have a process for fulfilling it? So we held a beneficiary consultation, and I should have mentioned this at the beginning. Shuri Ka'anana, who's the water lead on the staff, worked on a great deal of this. She's on her honeymoon, so that's one of the reasons why you're hearing from me and Andrew and not Lee from sure. So beneficiary consultation virtually was held on October 28th. Next slide. In the packet is the beneficiary consultation report. We sent out over 3,000 postcards for all lessees and applicants in Maui County. We held it via Zoom. We discussed the potential qualifications for a nominee, what that nominee should be expected to report back to the department and commission on the activities of the board, how we would notify about an upcoming vacancy, and the proposed selection process. There was a 30-day comment period, and the recording of the Zoom meeting was posted and was viewed over 60 times. Next slide. Some of the feedback that we received was, if you can find a person who is Akamai of the area willing to serve with all the requirements, there is that would be the benefit everybody. There's a desire for beneficiaries to hear meaningful updates on what's happening, and they encourage that social media, in addition to regular channels of information, be used as a tool for updating people about things. Next slide. So the proposed selection process would be that the department would issue a notice that this seat is coming up for a vacancy, the application period would open, the department would review the applications based on criteria that is in the submittal today, and then they would recommend to the Hawaiian Homes Commission a nominee. The Hawaiian Homes Commission would then accept or reject that nominee. And then that would then lead to that person then having to go through a confirmation process by the council. This is what happened when, and I am the current person sitting in the seat, happened when I was approved by the Hawaiian Homes Commission and went through Maui County Council confirmation. Expectations of any nominee would be that they would complete the confirmation process. They have to, under the county ordinance, file a financial disclosure statement annually, swear an oath of office, attend all the meetings. They would hold kuleana to the commission, the department, and beneficiaries to let them know what's happening with the East Maui board and provide meaningful regular updates. So if you go to the next slide, because of a number of things that happened in front of the county council, when this board was first created, for the 11 members, some people were seated to 5-year seats, some to 4-year seats, 3-year seats, and 2-year seats. Because I happened to be, for a number of reasons, the last person named onto the board, there was only a 2-year seat left. So while I'm eligible to be reappointed, my term is technically, I've been advised, ending on March 31st, which is why we want to move forward and get this approval process in place, if at all possible. If the Hawaiian Homes Commission approves today of the acceptance of the beneficiary report and the proposed process, we would immediately notify on the department's website the availability for any interested people to apply. There would be a January 6th deadline, and that should actually say January 6th, 2025, not 2024. I apologize for the error. And then at the January meeting, we would come to you with a proposed representative, and then notification would go to Maui County. They would go through that process. And the department would continue to have a representative. So the recommended action, as Andrew stated, is 3 parts: to accept the beneficiary consultation report, approve the proposed process and procedure, and begin notification of the upcoming vacancy. Anything else, Andrew? So happy to answer any questions.
So the way it's set up now is that the chair, the one that just submits the application, rather than going through this process. And so we got a pretty short deadline to get out there, get a suggested representative, and submit it. Because yours expires on March.
So my term expires, I'm eligible to be reappointed.
Right.
If it's the will of the body, I would be willing to do that.
So if we don't get this thing done in time, we can still just appoint you, reappoint you.
I suppose that would be possible. I think when the controversy that occurred during the first time the seat was filled, one of the strong requests from beneficiaries was that there be a beneficiary consultation process on how to fill it, and then an open process on how to fill it. So it's our strong preference to move forward with this process.
Yeah, I don't have it. that, getting the input of the beneficiaries and having them become part of the process of selection. It's just I'm a little concerned that for whatever reason, we don't do it in a timely fashion. We at least have a fallback position where I, as a director, can just appoint, I'm going to reappoint you anyways. We've already gone through that exercise, and we really, really appreciate your contribution. Sure.
Thank you.
Any questions on the process here?
Commissioner, just a remark. We appreciate all the work that you do. I mean, we made inroads because you've been there. I do really appreciate your saying the beneficiaries ask for a process, and your advocacy is to follow the process. So good on you, Dr. Schroeder, and we appreciate that.
Do you have any public testimony?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next item, G5, information only update on the NOAA project of special merit integrating coastal zone management in Hawaiian Homeland State. Andrew and Julie.
This one is just for information.
Sorry, I texted my staff member who was following the agenda, but glad we would move it up because we have consultants here. But so Nancy McPherson has been the lead on this project. She is our department's expert on coastal zone management and planning. But we also have a team of consultants that are helping us on this effort. So I'll turn it over to Alyssa.
Okay, hello everyone again. So we're really excited to be involved in this project and to share it all with you today. So as Andrew mentioned, the project is looking at integrating coastal zone management on Hawaiian homeland. So our brief presentation will introduce our project team, talk about the purpose of the project and how it relates to DHHL's mission, and the schedule and deliverables associated with the project. We will, We also want to receive any input that the Commission might have at this time on the approach for the project and how to engage beneficiaries in it. Next slide. So here today from the project team, we may have folks from OPSD online. I'm not sure if they're able to say anything, but I think they were going to make some brief remarks about how the project is funded. Rachel or Sarah, are you?
Sarah's on.
Okay.
Hello?
Hello?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, we can hear you.
We can hear you, Sarah.
Okay, great. Hi, I don't know if Rachel's on the line.
No, it doesn't appear she is. So go ahead, Sarah, if you just want to have a brief intro to the project.
Sure. Sorry, I think I was getting some feedback, but I have the YouTube going as well. Okay, so yes, hi, my name is Sarah Chang. I am with the State Office of Planning and Sustainable Development, Hawaii Coastal Zone Management Program. And we are here as kind of the co-leads on this project. I'm excited to be working with the Planning Department. And this project is funded through a NOAA project of special merit, which is a competitive funding opportunity open to coastal management programs for the purpose of developing new policies targeted at improving coastal management practices. And so this proposal was developed in collaboration with the DHHL Planning Office to address some of the long-standing coastal challenges And we felt that this was an opportune time to take on this project, especially as coastal hazards become more frequent and we're anticipating more shoreline activities, thinking about cesspool conversions and things like that. So we're excited to embark on this project and looking forward to hearing your feedback. Thank you. I'll turn it back to Melissa.
Thanks, Sarah. And now that we have Nancy, I don't know if you want to add any other brief statement to that.
No, well, I think I've already mentioned previously that, well, in a meeting with the chair, actually, that I was hired in part because of my coastal zone management experience with County Maui. And I was hired by DHHL to look into this issue for the department because of times when the department really didn't seem to know where the commission stood, where the county stood jurisdictionally, and so it was a very complicated situation legally. And also, you know, we all just want our shorelines to be healthy, our beneficiaries subsist from nearshore waters and healthy coastlines, but we also have built homesteads along the shoreline, particularly on West Oahu and on Molokai South Shore. So we, and a lot of those communities have challenges, including cesspools. So we thought it would be really good to kind of lay it all out, do the research and figure out where we stand and how we can move forward. And very grateful to the State Office of Planning and Sustainable Development for supporting us in doing that with this project.
Thanks, Nancy. If we can pull the slides back up.
Thanks, Mike.
Okay, so in addition to those of us here, we also have Julie Cachola on the team, and then from our consultant side, SSFM is the lead. You can go to the next slide. I'm Melissa May, I'm the project manager, and I'm a planner with SSFM. And then we also have Jenna Earl and Ollie Lau from our planning team working on it. Then we also have Kahola Vai with Jonathan here, and Christina Lizzie, who's an attorney, and Rebecca Soon. So they're working on the policy and legal aspects of the project with us. Next slide. So can you keep going? Giving an overview of the project. So just as a little background, the Coastal Zone Management Act was passed in 1972 and really focused on protecting and preserving resources in the coastal zone. And it's implemented through federal and state partnerships in 34 states, including Hawaii, and the OPSD is responsible for administering it here in partnership with the counties and other agencies. Next slide. So HRS 205A is the enabling statute passed in 1977 and with oversight from OPSD, Coastal Zone Management Program, implemented by the counties through the special management area and other regulations. And in Hawaii, the entire state falls within the coastal zone. So the whole state is subject to this program with a particular emphasis on the special management areas. So one notable thing is that DHHL and the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act is not specifically articulated or considered in the Coastal Zone Act, so that's part of the reason we're here doing this project. Next slide. Give it to Jonathan for a couple slides.
So, thank you. So, what's really of relevance to the department and to the commission is that this is really about your powers and your exclusive powers to control land use on Hawaiian homelands. The federal law was not developed with them thinking like, oh, how is this going to affect DHHL? But now it's being implemented. And so we need to clarify the jurisdiction on regulatory issues at the shoreline, when Hawaiian homelands are at the shoreline. This topic, as Nancy was talking about, has been discussed internally at DHL as well as with the Office of Planning and Sustainable Development for many years. And then opportunity came for funding from NOAA, so at no cost to the department or OPSD, to actually delve into this and try and figure out policy solutions that would work for the commission, the department, and the beneficiaries. Next slide. So the purpose is really to analyze and identify strategies to integrate coastal zone management into Hawaiian homelands, and ideally establish DHHL as an administrative agency of the Hawaii CZM law, equivalent to the counties who are the ones who administer the CZM alone now. The outcome of the study will basically be a policy roadmap for this commission and other interested parties on how the department can protect its land use authority, but also work with the counties and comply under the Coastal Zone Management Act. Next slide. So specifically, we think there's a number of ways in which there have been problems in the past, and this will help DHHL with its mission. First of all, it can actually facilitate homestead development in any of these areas that are within the special management area by establishing clear DHHL-led processes and requirements so that there's no regulatory gray zone. It can reduce confusion by communicating the process that beneficiaries as well as licensees can follow for improvements on Hawaiian homelands in the special management area. It can head off potential conflicts with counties that may exist over jurisdiction, protect the Hawaiian Homes Commission's land use authority, and then ideally, by bringing coastal zone issues to the forefront, enhance the resiliency of development and homestead communities in the coast. I'll hand it back to us.
Thank you, Jonathan. Next slide, please. So as Jonathan mentioned, the really end goal of this stuff is to have a roadmap that DHHL can follow for implementing coastal zone management on its lands, a process that is consistently followed across Hawaiian homelands. And again, this is something that can be designed and led by DHHL as an administering agency. That would be the idea. It will also help clarify whether individual lessees are subject to, and what rules and regulations they're subject to under this framework if they're going to be developing in coastal areas, and help communicate these requirements to everyone involved, including the commission, beneficiaries, and others. Next slide. So we have a few work tasks to develop this. We have just overarching project management. Right now we're in the process of preparing background research to prepare 2 memos, one summarizing current DHHL practices, the other looking at current laws and policies, and what case law exists to help define authority in these areas. And we will be presenting to the ORMP, actually we already just presented to the ORMP action team, and now we're presenting to the commission as part of this. We are also doing some case studies, so we're working with Nancy and Andrew to identify areas across the state where there have been uncertainties or complexities related to shoreline issues or SMA permits or other issues with lessees in these areas, and so that we can dig into them and figure out what the issues have been and how a framework or process could simplify and address them. Then we're going to be moving into making the implementation roadmap, which Jonathan will have a big role in here as well, and coming back to the commission and some other state coastal working groups, and applying whatever we come up with to those case studies to make sure that it would address the issues that arise there. And then finally, we'll do a report and bring it back around for everyone's review. Next slide. This is small, but we are about an 18-month schedule, and we are a few months in now. So early next year, we'll be starting to make the rounds to talk further with further divisions of DHHL and writing up the findings and sharing those initial memos. And then we'll be doing our case study analysis into the early part of next year. Next slide. Next slide. So we've done a few interviews already and done one presentation to the state ORMP action team. And as I mentioned, we're working on 2 assessments. Next slide. So we anticipate about 5 case studies, and we're looking at various situations across the state. If you guys know of any in particular that you think would be interesting for us to look at, we'd be happy to get input on that, because right now we're in the process of identifying the issues and figuring out which ones best illustrate what's happening. So we'll be summarizing what's happening in each of those areas, doing a little bit of a deeper dive and talking to the people involved. Next slide. So these are some of the ones we've identified at the high level. So they range in scale. Anakula is a kind of bigger area. There's multiple properties and types of uses there, including residential and agricultural. In Nanakuli, we see difficulties with SMA permits for lessees, and that sometimes is affecting the ability to get into HOSDA funds. But we're also seeing DHHL-owned infrastructure being impacted out there. And then in Molokai, we've got quite a bit of coastal erosion affecting residential homesteads. Then in Keaukaha, there's flooding and DHHL lots mixed in with fee simple areas of that homestead community in the SMA. Kalamaula, there's significant sea level rise impacts expected there, and there's a park that's impacted by erosion. And then in some cases, there's utility facilities involved too, as in Kamiloa. So you can see there's kind of a range of different things happening that we're trying to look at and figure out how to overcome. Next slide. We're also working on putting together a website, and we'll be doing some interviews and consultation with the homestead associations when we go out on the case studies and talking to affected beneficiaries as well. Once we have a roadmap, it will be shared with the commission and beneficiaries as well. So I guess with that was the intro, and I'd be happy to see what we can do to answer any questions or take your input on the approach to the project.
Any comments or concern?
Yeah, Chair. I want to commend Andrew and his team for doing their work. Coming from Kalamaula, and the Molokai Land Trust, they did a study on the Ha'opio area. So I'm glad you guys did that. So, and I know Molokai is underwater. We got some children. You can tell the clock here is really bad. Houses are getting washed out as well. But I'm glad we're doing this, and I think we need to do more as far as the commission is concerned to help our people. I'm not sure, especially Park Hill, they need to be moved before the next high comes up. It's getting really bad. Kalamaula, where we have we leased the land for the park that everybody uses, and we put in a new pavilion in there, and everybody who uses the park notices the shoreline is being washed out. There used to be a lookout during the World War II where you could overlook the ocean from the Coconut Grove. You can't see that anymore because that is washed out. The ocean took it. So you can see how much action the wave is destroying that area. And it goes all the way down to Pala'au, where the fish ponds, all the fish ponds, where you can tell they're all getting deteriorated. So I'm glad you guys are doing this study. And then hopefully we can address this. I'm not sure how, but I guess we need to.
If I may, thank you, Commissioner Masua. This is also tied to the Molokai Coastal Homestead Community Resilience Plan, the Molokai Wetland Partnership. We're looking at climate change, sea level rise. We're going to be doing a disaster and hazard mitigation plan statewide. So we're trying to bring all these resources to bear because we need to empower the commission, because difficult decisions are going to have to be made. We've got to be proactive, but we want to bring our beneficiaries along with us when we do that. So I'm hoping that all of these various efforts are going to dovetail and just leverage resources, FEMA, NOAA, we try to get as much federal assistance as we can to, and basically create receiving areas and deal with this, because this is a long-term problem, but it's accelerating.
And part of our plan too for the veteran center of the Ho'oli'o area was to use it as a resilience plan to disaster recovery. And we've talked to General Harriman, General Logan, so they're all willing to do that.
And we have the old FAA facility too, to think about that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess the most important thing is it's clear we have this problems throughout the state. What are the solutions? That's really the focus. If you look at Waikiki, we get companies spending millions and millions of dollars to bring the sand in and partnership, but for some of our communities, the relocation, that'd be kind of sad, but it is a very costly process to prevent that kind of, you're not going to prevent the sea level from rising, so how do you mitigate that? So that is a challenge. So I think just like the wildfire mitigation, brought in a specialist, nonprofit, that comes up with plans tailored to specific areas. So these 5, 6 areas you identified, we need specific plans. So there, I don't know if it's FEMA or who, but you guys can identify people that come up with solutions that they have for. Any other comments or?
Yes, Chair. In regards to this happening, to all times, speaking about the areas like Kapakia, Oneli, I think DHHL owns the lands above Kapakia and Oneli, and above Kapakia. I'm not sure if there's any plans as far as those people living in that Kapakia area. Still, I'm not sure where you're going to move them to.
Well, the Kalamahulu, we moved them up to all the way to a more elevated because the water was being heated.
Yeah, I think the worst area is Kapakia and Onali. Kalamahulu is not as bad, but it will be at some point.
Well, the other project I forgot to mention is we are initiating an update to the Molokai Island plan. And so we're going to be looking at it with this kind of lens. Hazard mitigation, sea level rise projections, all of it. So that's going to help us redesignate lands.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, the next item, C2, for information only, caretaker PIG report recommendations of investigative committee on leaves of absence and list the appointment caretaker of homestead lots. Juan Garcia. This is just for information.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Again, this item C2 is for information only, which is a report and recommendation of the investigative committee, a leave of absence, and the lessee appointed caretaker. At the Commission's meeting in July of 2024, an investigative committee was appointed to study, evaluate, and recommend policies, guidelines, and strategies relating to the use of caretakers by lessees during an extended absence from the homestead lot. Members of the committee were Commissioner Neves, Commissioner Kalikini, and Commissioner Markville served as chair. The administrative rules authorizes the chair to approve requests for leave of absence. However, the rules lack specific guidelines and policies governing leave of absence. In the past, leave of absence were approved for reasons including military deployment, temporary relocations by a lessee's employer or religious organization, medical treatment, higher education opportunities, and health and safety concerns. Leave of absence were typically given or approved for a period of up to 12 months and may be at the request of the lessee extended. The committee met on September 6th, October 4th and 31st, and December 4th. I think we had so much fun, we were considering adding another date, but we know we had to take this to the commission. Now, staff also participated, and staff included Deputy Attorney General Hopule and Commission Secretary Leah and myself. The commission examined, or the committee examined the existing rules and policies, development of an interim policy pending formal rule amendments, revisions and creations of necessary forms, drafting a leave of absence agreement, and defining responsibilities of the lessee as well as the caretaker. And the committee considered the following. Again, looking at the existing administrative rules and policy, development of an interim policy until the administrative rules are amended, revisions, creation of any necessary DHHL forms, creation of a leave of absence agreement, and again, looking at the responsibilities of both the lessee and the caretaker, and adding category other to the existing or the past reasons for leave of absence. The key considerations include expanded leave eligibility. What this means is basically in the past it's the lessee who was required to leave the property. The committee proposed allowing leave of absence for cases where lessees are accompanying qualified relatives, specifically spouse, child, grandchild, or sibling with at least 25% Hawaiian blood quantum as required by the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, Section 209, who are being required to relocate. Again, for those reasons like military deployment, medical treatment, education, etc. We also looked at incarceration of the lessee or related relatives, duration of leave, information gathering by department staff. And these are the recommendations that the committee came up with. Again, draft interim policies and finalize any required forms. Of course, commission approval of a proposed interim policy, any training and communication between staff and the lessees. Of course, monitoring and evaluating the program, and then formal rulemaking process. Again, begin the process of amending the administrative rules, which we know can be lengthy, but action that needs to be done. I know we can't have any discussions. This is just information we're looking to come to the commission, hopefully next month, with proposal for action, and again, approval by this party or this body.
Okay. I guess we're not entitled to ask questions.
No. Unfortunate, because I'd be glad to answer any questions, but.
Just a comment too.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to say, I know, it looks good to me because I know this. I had to use this when I moved home in 1982. And I had asked my homes for a year. And they approved a year, give me a year. To move my furniture and everything, sell my house and move back to Hawaii. So yeah, I'm well aware of this. And in the meantime, I had caretaker taking care of the yard, making sure everything's okay. And I also had a caretaker who went to go and check, make sure nobody's breaking in the house and that kind of thing. So I'm familiar with this, and I'm glad you guys have looked into it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Okay, the next item, agenda item C3, for, again, information only, status report of DHHL enforcement unit efforts and statistics. David Hope.
Good afternoon, Chair Watson and Commission. David Hope, Administrator with the Enforcement Unit, and just going over the monthly information from November 12th through December 8th. During this timeframe, we had 8 requests for investigations, which brings the total for the calendar year to 201. Some good news, actually today is the first day of our new investigator, Chad Aoki. He comes to us, he spent 25 years with HPD.
Chad, would you, Chad? Come on, so check it out.
Yeah. He, with HPD, he spent time with patrol, CRU, community policing, and he did investigations for misdemeanor follow-ups. And then since March of 2023, he's worked in the private sector where he's been doing some training with and considered a site officer for DLNR and for the incoming recruit. So in addition to all his work with the police, I'm very excited, always looking for ways to keep our staff more safe in the field. And while HPD and the sheriffs have been very willing to do training opportunities for us, it's not always practical, because what they do, we wouldn't be going in under their colors, with their tools, with their legal ability. So it's not the practical application we need. So with Chad's experience, I believe that he can look at what we have, the cards that we're dealt, and come up with ways to, again, keep staff as safe as possible. And I believe we all understand the risks that come with this job, but I believe if there's ways that we can keep our staff more safe, I definitely want to explore those options. So this is another huge, a huge perk to getting Chad on board.
Chad, you want to say a few words?
Chairman Watson, our commissioners, I'm very excited to take on this new challenge in my new second career. I hope I can be a great asset to the department and its beneficiaries, and I'm very happy to be here.
Right. Well, welcome to the Ohio. Thank you. Thank you.
And then kind of moving on to the vacant home initiative, this past month we focused on Nanakuli, and initially we identified 39 properties as possible vacant homes. And just real quick, the breakdown, out of those 39, one of those homes we found the lessee to have been deceased, so we have requested a death certificate for that. 3 leases are pending a transfer with HSD. 3 lessees have received their lease within a calendar year, so they still have some time to occupy the home. 3 leases are pending a permit with Department of Planning and Permitting. 2 lessees are working with NAHASDA. 6 lessees provide sufficient evidence that they are occupying the property. 6 parcels are in the HHL inventory, and 15 notices of violations have been sent out. And out of those 15 notices, 3 lessees have responded with commitments to remediate by deadlines, and then those 12 other letters, deadlines have not yet expired. So again, we're just continuing to go identify these homes, and I just want to acknowledge our legal assistant, Casey Corpus, who's been jamming these out, really kind of staying on top of it, responding to all these letters, and she's put in a ton of time and effort to this. And last, regarding our pilot program, on November 30th, we did a joint operation with Narco Vice, and we completed 4 home inspections where we received reports of organized criminal activity in the Waianae Coast. Out of those 4 homes, we obtained 1 admission by a lessee that a family member who was previously residing there was distributing drugs. So we did issue a notice of violation, and we let the lessee know that since that person has moved out, that violation is basically kind of held in abeyance, meaning if we're back in a similar situation again, it's not going to be a new violation. We're coming at you for 2 violations. So they are aware of that. The other 3, there is no signs of organized criminal activity. However, the properties weren't in the best condition. There's a lot of work to do at them, so we did issue 3 notices of violations for failing to maintain, and we will go follow up with these properties to make sure that they do clean up. Also in this month, we received 2 new reports of organized criminal activity, which brings the year total to 13. And then out of those 13, 10 have been unsubstantiated, 2 of them have been confirmed, and 1 of them is pending a disposition. So And then kind of just make it a little note, like we call this our pilot program. We began it in January of this year. We're moving forward, we're going to continue to do things the same way, but we're just going to take away the pilot program title already, and we're just going to operate with this. We believe that this process is effective. I know they're not here, but I want to thank Major Mike Lambert and HPD Narco Vice. Those guys have been awesome. Those guys have been so helpful for us. Everything that they told us back in, I think it was February of this year, they delivered. And so I definitely want to acknowledge those guys. This operation, they gave us 1 lieutenant, 1 detective, 12 officers, and I believe the biggest thing, I'm glad we're not finding a ton of organized criminal activity in the Homestead, but the biggest thing that I think the message that we're sending out is that number 1, we're going to take any allegation of criminal activity serious, and number 2, HPD and DHHL will work together and follow through. So I believe, again, that's the biggest message we want to send across. We're not here to cancel leases, but at the same time, we're going to take all these allegations serious. And I believe the results have shown that while it's not zero, I'm very pleased with the numbers that we've seen over this past year.
Did you get a chance to talk to Chalita Mahoney?
No, I have not.
Yeah, if you get a chance, do talk to her.
Okay.
She's the one that testified.
Oh, yes, actually, yeah, we did talk to her and the family, and so we're going to go plan an inspection to the house in the next week.
Any comments or? Okay.
No, congratulations on moving from pilot to established.
Yes, yes.
A lot of work to get there, and I know it took a lot of you folks in conjunction with the partnership that you folks developed with HPD. But congratulations on that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Same here. We do have one testifier, Jermaine Myers.
Oh, she said that's okay.
That's okay. Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Jeff.
And welcome to the club. Let's see, what else we have? Okay, D1 HSD status report. Juan Garcia for informational.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Once again, Juan Garcia, Homestead Services Division Administrator, and D1 is our respective monthly reports to you all. Exhibit A is Homestead Lease and Application Total and Monthly Activity Reports. Exhibit B is Delinquency Report, and then C is the guarantee issued to Hawaii Community Lending for home construction. And Exhibit D is guarantee for small business, U.S. Small Business Administration. This is for home construction in Hawaii. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to provide answers.
Any questions? All right. Thanks, Juan.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. Okay.
Can I testify? Oh, that's the one.
Right.
I believe there's a resident who would like to testify about this. So, as I said earlier, D1 includes how many people on the Hawaii waiting list or waiting list. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Commissioners. As I said earlier, D1 includes how many people on Hawaii are waiting for leasehold last, and which raises the question, based on previous data, of if purchasing an 82-unit apartment building where only less than 3 people, according to the data from this department, would prefer that type of housing is wise. We are still asking for a written relocation plan. Earlier today, residents were given a letter stating that there is a written plan for their potential benefits. A plan for potential benefits is not a plan for where they can move to when the building is purchased. According to federal law, residents deserve a plan of where they can, in fact, move to on the island of Hawaii. And so I just want to reiterate that to follow federal law means that this agency, if it is purchasing this building, needs to tell residents where they can move to, an actual location, like an actual apartment that they can relocate to, not once the building is purchased, then we will tell you a plan. So I just want to clarify the way that the federal law is written. And I think it is well within people's rights. If you can imagine living in that building right now, you would want to know what address can I actually move to? So I just want that to be really, really clear what it means to follow the Uniform Relocation Act, because that has not happened as of today. Okay, so thank you very much for hearing this testimony and understanding the difficult position that these 300 residents are in right now.
Okay, thank you very much.
There's no Orange Chow. Is that who you're waiting for?
Lourdes Torres, I believe, she tried to speak this morning.
Nope,
No.
nobody like that.
Okay. All right. Huh? Yeah.
I'm not very sorry.
You're speaking on D1.
Yeah, I'll actually just. Aloha, Owa, Kuakili, Kuakamai. I share some of the concerns with this previous testifier. My concern is that they are fortunate that they have a state entity that is purchasing this property and that will take care of them in compliance with the federal guidelines. So they are very fortunate, because when private entities and individuals purchase property, those property owners are lucky to get 30 days notice as to where they're going to reside. But because of the federal requirement, we're going to take care of these people. And plus, as Kanaka, it's our kuleana, because we don't want to displace people as much as possible. The other thing is that I would like to ensure that whatever monies are spent towards this temporary housing is quantified so that the lessees can see exactly how much it cost us to engage in this type of acquisition. You know, the acquisition that involves this location of the current residents, because it's something that we ought to consider. And unfortunately, we didn't acquire those temporary housings for them earlier, because now that it's always been hard, I understand that it's always been harder to obtain affordable housing, but we are in a pickle to where we cannot be picky about affordable, because we have to take care of them before we can take care of ourselves. And that's like our aina. When we go someplace, we always want to leave it better than what we found it. And that's exactly what I hope that we do with these residents for the 2-year period that they have been given, if I'm not mistaken. Mahalo.
Thank you. Let's see. We've come to the end of today's agenda. Items E2 and G4 will be addressed tonight at the community meeting. Tonight's community meeting is scheduled to begin at 6:30 p.m. at the Commitment Schools Community Learning Center at 87-790 Hula Street, Maile, Oahu 96792. Tomorrow's agenda will begin at 9:30 a.m. here. We are recessed for the day.
Sure.
Oh, you're saying that?
Yes, just requesting that for item G6 tomorrow, that we provide the commission with the limited right of entry position for that.
Okay,
G6. Thank you.
Okay, thank you everybody.